And we're on the air. This is stream number 311. And I'm working again today on item containers. Hopefully I finish this off today. This will be the fourth day I've worked on containers explicitly, or tried to. And the sixth day since I've started working on the overhaul of game items. So these two tasks are the big ones that remain. In my game, you can open a container, interact with it, but you're not told about any changes to the container or its items. So weird things happen, like you take an item out of a chest and it looks like it's still there, but it's not. Or you put an item in a chest and it doesn't look like it went anywhere, like it disappeared. And if another player comes by and looks at the same chest, they can take an item out and it doesn't look like they've taken it out. It looks like it's still there. So issues like that. And then right now, the player's interaction with the container doesn't end when the player disconnects from the game. So the side effect of that is when they reconnect with the game, they don't look like they're interacting with the container, but they actually still are. Hey there, Nui. So I'm still setting up the stream. I just got the link to my plan page, and I'm setting up some of the stream helper stuff right now. So let me get the time. 1 minute 32. Okay. So 0140 start. The uptime should match. And then if I make this window border better, then it lines up better. Wait a minute, that's the wrong time. That's 1 hour. Should be 1 minute. And now we're at 58. Start. Fix the uptime. Okay, we're at 2 minutes. Cool. Always setting up the stream at the beginning? Yeah. I think I have more time, and then I go eat breakfast, and I come back and I'm like, oh, I only have 5 minutes. So, I mean, I could start late, but I would imagine people would rather have me start on time, even if I haven't quite set up all the things I like to set up first. So I'm putting this link into Discord. So today I'm hoping to finish the first cut at implementing item containers, e.g. bags, treasure chests in my game. And then the link, and then let me update the bot command. Hey there, TS Jost. Today is that. So it's really the same. Edit com today. It's the same, but with a new notebook page. So notebook page here. Today. Updated. Yes. All right. Why don't you have a stream starting screen scene thing, by the way? Because I hate that on any other stream I watch. So if it's something that I hate, why would I inflict it upon other people? I hate it when like a stream starts and I'm just sitting there for 5 minutes watching a stream is starting screen to have time for people to assemble. But you guys don't really need to see me set up some of this stream setup stuff. But if you really were here on time, then I don't want to make you wait. I guess the other thing could be I could start 5 minutes early and do this with a 5-minute countdown thing. Saying that the stream is the stream starting scene? Yeah, in a way. I don't know. I just know that I don't like it when I go to a stream that I receive the notification that someone's live, and I go to the stream and it's like, oh, stream is starting in like 5 minutes. I'm like, well, okay, I just stare at this for 5 minutes. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm in the minority, but like, I guess the same thing is true about appointments. I like to be there either a little bit early or right on time. I'm not the kind of person who like arrives 5 minutes late. I hate that. I hate arriving late. I hate arriving on time and then having to wait. Like doctor's appointments. I get there on time or a little early and they still make you wait. And I'm like, we had an arrangement here. Appointment at 10 o'clock. Oh yeah, howdy, TS Jost. I don't know. If you guys have a different opinion, let me know. I can set up a stream is starting scene that or start 5 minutes early and do that so that I'm always on time and you received the notification a few minutes early. Maybe? I'd be willing to try that. The current way's fine. So yeah, so the alternative way I'd be willing to try is start a few minutes early, but like I would start at like, for example, 10:55, even though the schedule says 11. And for the first 5 minutes, I'm just setting up the screen. And if people are here early, they can watch me do that. But the start time would be right on time, and then you get the notifications 5 minutes early. All right. Am I done setting up the stream? Have I done all the things? Pretty much. Okay. Oh, wanted to add something to the plan here. What was it? I was talking about it and realized I wanted to do something. Now I can't remember what it was. We're done with that. And done with that local host. Maybe if I look at the game, I'll remember what it was. Okay, this happens sometimes if the self-signed certificate is no longer trusted. You can only hold it off for so long, like a week, I guess, before you have to do this thing again. You do that and then refresh and it comes back. Only happens for the local host because I don't bother to have a signed certificate for localhost. That would be kind of silly. All right. Container. Oh, I wanted to work on opening and closing containers. That's technically not part of the container code. That's a separate thing, like opening and closing doors, opening and closing chests. But I do want to have like a stipulation that you have to have an open true in order to access a container. When you're streaming yourself, it feels silly to start talking immediately because obviously nobody's going to be there. So TSJust, I also export my videos to YouTube, and I actually get a fair number of people watching on YouTube. Hey, YouTube people! And they will see it start like the moment I hit record, unless I go and edit the video later. And if Twitch had a convenient way for me to say, okay, edit and chop off the first 5 minutes, then I would learn how to use that and I would do that. But right now I don't do that, and so in my mind, it's like for the first few minutes, I'm probably talking to Nui and maybe Rally Monkey and TS Jost, and then all the YouTube crowd. So I don't want to keep the YouTube people waiting or making them skip 5 minutes. So I feel talking right away is just fine. Although I don't get into the meat of what I'm doing, right? Which is another reason probably why I get to starting the stream for the first 10 minutes. Okay, we're done starting the stream. I'm reviewing tasks that still need to be done for item containers. I wrote a thing to find a specific frame in a video and cut it from there. So I just don't want to have to re-upload to YouTube. I hate the idea of using my upload bandwidth for that, even though I probably won't hit any kind of limit. I really like the feature in Twitch to export directly to YouTube. The thing that I don't know how to do is export a cut version. So like, if I could say, okay, export from the 7-minute 35-second mark. If I could do that, then what I would do probably is I would record, probably in this notebook here, the cut time. So in addition to the description for YouTube, I probably have a cut time for YouTube. And then when I export, I would look here and say, okay, cut at 9 minutes, 10 seconds. And then it's like, hello, YouTube, right at that point. Maybe create a highlight and upload that. Can you highlight the entire 6 hours, though? Or 6 hours minus a few minutes? Maybe that's what I gotta do to, I just have to get used to the tools. I don't know, it's constant improvement, right? So maybe I can do that. I have to look into that. All right, anyway. I think I know one thing I wanted to do. Include container tile and description to show above the container's inventory in the client. Maybe there's an API for YouTube's editing thing. the stuff I've seen, I haven't looked at it through it exhaustively. It's just you say export a video and you enter like a description and you can edit the title, and then you just hit a button and it's exported. And it actually doesn't let me set a few things that I would rather set. So it doesn't let me set up all of the tags. You can set some of the tags, but it always adds the games tag, and I hate that because I'm not playing games. Technically, games might apply because I'm making a game, but I always have to go back into YouTube and remove the games tag. Also, I can't say that it's science and technology. I have to. It comes out as games category. I have to switch that, and so already have to do some post stuff in YouTube. If YouTube had a way where I could, while it's being uploaded, have it trim in place, that would be another way to do it. I would have it upload to YouTube, and I would say before finalize it, trim off the first 3 minutes 47 seconds or whatever. Can you do it while you're uploading it though? Maybe. Let me grab your comments. Enter, tab, paste. Not while uploading probably, but their interface to edit at least the metadata for a video is the same whether it's uploading or it's already uploaded. So it's possible what you know of can still be used while uploading. LP doesn't mention any length limits. Also says you can cut things from the middle. Huh. If I could, that would also be convenient if cut things from the middle, because I can mark places where I accidentally reveal credentials or something, and then I would upload the YouTube cut and then drop the VOD from Twitch. Maybe you could set up a VPS to download the VOD, trim it. Yeah, I just don't want to. Maybe. I have worked with multimedia files before, so it's within the realm of things I can do even from scratch if I wanted. It's a good idea. I'll give you guys a couple more points. So Nui's addition there, and then T.S. Chaw's other idea. Thank you for the ideas, by the way. You guys are awesome. All right. Include the tile and description. I should get this window set up to show you what I'm considering. So log in as a normal player. At some point, I want to merge these two. What's the right word? Client configurations. I have the client configuration where I'm logging in as a player, and I have the client configuration where I'm just an admin. Technically, I could merge these if I allow players of the game to have elevated privilege, either by key or by property of their player record. Then I could have all of these things while logged in as a player, and then I wouldn't have to have two windows. Right now, I have that, but I have to have two windows. The only thing that merging them would give me is I could do it in one window. 100 more than you? Well, Nui's like full of useful ideas and helpful stuff. Nui's really helpful here. Not sure if they changed, but as far as you know, when exploring to YouTube, it'll split videos longer than 2 hours. There's an option you can do to have it do that, and I don't do that because I want to have the whole, whatever, 4, 5, 6, whatever hours as one video. And I've never really asked myself why, other than it seems to me like if I wanted to skip around to like the 3-hour, 15-minute mark, I would be annoyed if it was cut into 2-hour segments because I'd have to do math. I'd be like, okay, I need the second video 1 hour, 15 minutes into that. So it would be a bit annoying. What would be another reason to split videos to be shorter than 2 hours? Like to have episodic content? Like episode 1, 2, and 3 of Stream 311? Maybe? If people like only want to watch, if someone want to watch the whole thing in a VOD, but only in 2-hour segments, maybe. And maybe that might make sense for like a podcast or something where you have different guests and you're like, okay, that 2-hour segment's up, next 2-hour segment, different video. 70 was required for videos longer than 2 hours. Sure, no, it's not required today. It's never been for me. So from day one, a year and 4 months ago, the video number 2, I think, was longer than 2 hours, and it's just one video. So maybe in the distant past, like more than like a year and a half ago, it was required. Now it's like optional. It shows a check mark box that I always keep off, and it's fine. Okay, so what I wanted to show here was when I interact with the inventory, it shows it here. Ooh, that's where I stashed my fireworks. But it's kind of ambiguous what this means, right? You can kind of get it from context that as you're walking around, you're bringing this stuff with you, and then if you look into the box, it pops that up. You're sort of like, oh, okay, that must be associated with what I've just looked at, right? I wanted to make it a lot more obvious. So one thing I thought was actually take the picture of this open chest and put it right up here and have a text that says treasure chest. And then have it be, more obvious. Maybe even put a decorative frame around it that looks like a treasure chest. I don't know. Videos have no length limit now. Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought. But I bet you Newey's right that in the past it was required for long videos. And it's now that chop into segments is vestigial, as in it's a feature that's no longer useful or needed, but was in the past required. Okay. So yeah, I want to put a picture of the containers tile and then some text here, and maybe even make a decorative outline for the containers inventory. Probably want to do the same thing with the character's normal inventory, like have a picture of a backpack or something, similar to my line drawing here. Actually, why don't I just include that in an overall drawing? Have like an arrow that's like pointing over his shoulder to a backpack, and have it go to this area. All right. Anything else I needed to do? Probably not. If I can get this is probably reasonable to do in a day, because I'd like to get this stuff out in production. There's some interesting combinations of things, by the way. I can make items like this treasure chest that have despawn timers and things inside. Oh, that's another thing I need to do. If the container itself is attached to an item and the item is destroyed, we need to destroy the contents as well, right? So when when a container is destroyed, make sure to destroy the container's contents as well. Just like when we destroy a player account, the items the player is holding are also destroyed. Oh, that's a side thing is, do we destroy the equipment held by a player that is deleted? I don't know. I need to look up that. So this might be related work. So basically any entity which has components which reference other entities, if you destroy that component, then it's actually just the component, right? When a container component is destroyed, because we could strip the treasure chest of its container component, and then it just becomes a treasure chest that you can't put anything in. But the items it had in it would be lost in limbo. They'd still exist, but nothing would track them. They had no position in the game. No one's holding it. They'd essentially be lost. Yeah. That raises another question. What happens if you're talking to a character and then you delete your account? What happens if you're in a dialogue and delete your player account? The NPC you're talking to might have a reference in their interact list that doesn't exist anymore. What happens if you're in a dialogue and the NPC target is destroyed? Probably the same problem, right? And I'd want to handle that all through the executor, wouldn't I? So when the executor actually makes a change like deleting a player account, destroying an NPC target, destroying an equipment container, destroying the equipment, destroying the container that is attached to an item that's destroyed or something like that, it knows, it should be able to know to handle the contents as well. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you today? Okay, so if I think of more tasks I need to do, I'll add them, but let me just move on. Mr. Muffles, how are you? Wonder how many race conditions that Tim has to deal with? Well, it is a racing game, T.S. Jost. You would expect him to have a lot of race conditions. Okay, players should be told. Okay, so this is important. I'll demonstrate the problem right now. See those fireworks? If I grab those fireworks out, it looks like I duped the item, right? I obtained 98 firework, but I can obtain more, right? Nope. That actually isn't there. If I walk away from the chest and go back and look into it again, it's not there. Similar problem would be if I put those fireworks in the chest. Whoa, where'd they go? I lost them, right? They're actually in the box. They're just not shown. This is not updated. There's no subscription system to let the player know if the contents of the treasure chest you're looking into have changed. So I need to add that. That's going to be the next thing. So let players know when containers they're looking into are changed. I don't need a period, do I? Yeah. Hey there, Toulouse. Toulouse is awesome, by the way. Not only does he hang out here a lot and help out, but he runs his own Twitch stream and plays Minecraft, and he rated my gaming stream yesterday. So nice of him. So, although Toulouse doesn't stream, there is Fail to Survive. If you ever want to see an awesome Minecraft stream, check out that one. And I tried to do the right thing, Toulouse, because I had a lot of viewers from your stream. When I ended like at 1:30 in the, or was it 1 o'clock in the morning or something, really late, I rated another game stream. I tried to find another, I was playing The Witness, so I rated another Witness stream, and it was actually pretty good. The guy was like a lot like me. So you missed it, TS Just, right? Because you had to work, right? Or was that Endurin? One of you had to go and work. So yeah, I ended up rating another gamer who was playing the same game, The Witness. I don't, what's the etiquette about game streams rating other game streams? Are you supposed to like rate other people playing the same game, or maybe in the same genre, or is there any problem like just totally crossing the line, going like to a completely different kind of game? Because I know Fail to Survive plays Minecraft, and I was playing The Witness, and they're pretty different. But you still felt comfortable rating me. Is it because you know me, or is it okay if like I rated someone playing StarCraft instead? The human behind Toulouse streams, but not under the name Toulouse. You didn't know that, TS? No, TS Joss, you knew that. Toulouse's other account is Failed to Survive. Plays Minecraft all the time. He's like a, I don't know, expert at MadPack and other modded Minecraft, I guess you could say. Hey there, Romania. There we go. The mandatory wave. Other people you typically rate have already rated. Oh, I see. But you would normally rate another Minecraft streamer, right? I played StarCraft years ago. I just pulled that out as just a random game. I don't know. I don't know the etiquette about game streams and who they raid. Are you supposed to raid another streamer of the same game, sticking to the same genre, or can you just raid whoever the heck you want and no one cares? I like to keep it in the same category so the viewers may actually stay. That's what I was thinking too. If people are sticking around watching me, probably some of them don't know me. They just wanted to watch someone playing The Witness, and so I'm like, they'll probably be happy if I rate someone else who's playing The Witness. That seemed reasonable to me. The Witness was cool, so I think it was okay. Okay. The one thing I worry about The Witness is that I sit there and get stuck on the puzzle, and if someone knows the solution, it can be kind of torturous to watch me, not figure out the solution. or they just get bored with me just sitting there trying to finish it, finish the puzzle. Need a better gaming name? No, Failed to Survive's an awesome name. It fits with the whole theme of dying over and over again in Minecraft. Failed to lose. No, maybe fail to lose. What about fail to lose? Because lose, and then it's more positive. You're succeeding. You're failing to lose. I don't know. I think Failed to Survive is a perfectly awesome name. People know that you're what they're in for when you're watching Witness streams. In your opinion, yeah. Managed to look at them on GitHub Actions. Not yet. What exactly does Kipo mean? Is it like a different version of Kappa? I've been wondering that. You know, I'm not a boomer, but I'm not young either. I'm a middle-aged streamer. I don't know all of these emotes yet. I know Kappa, but I don't really know what I don't use Kipo because I don't really know what it means. Okay, let players know when containers are looking into are changed. So I think what I need to do here is the executor is really the part of the system that keeps track of side effects that are of import to potential subscribers. So, for example, in the executor CPP in the on ECS modify component, if we know we're modifying the player's component, we know that probably the subscribers to the executor are going to want to know what changed in the player's inventory. So we capture the player's previous inventory and put it in the results object under a key called previous inventory, right? And similarly, if we're changing an item, it's like, well, we might be changing an item that a player is holding, so let's get the holder of the item and see, is it a player? And if so, okay, capture the player's previous inventory again. So either way, the subscribers to the executor know, okay, the player's inventory probably changed, so let's refresh the player's inventory if either the player changed or an item held by a player is changed. Did I watch that? I didn't watch that because I'm embarrassed. Should I watch that now? Let's see. To watch this correctly, I need to turn on this audio for a second. You might hear little pops if people chat. Actually, the other way would be to just grab this link and turn off that and open a new video here. So I thought maybe it had something to do with looking at it through a filter. Oh, there's lag there. Hold on, let's go back. Maybe it had something to do with looking at it through a filter. And one of the nearby rooms had a color filter. You see that? But I didn't know missed? How, like, this is the sound. TS Jaw saying, OMG. There's a color filter room around here. Yeah, up here, right? This one we were playing around with different filters. Everyone was itching. They're like, dude, you just passed what you just talked about. And I didn't even see it. We did the environmental puzzle on the other side of that wall. I'm looking right at it, but I wasn't looking. I was thinking. So I thought maybe it had something to do with looking at it through a filter. So the filter was right there. And like, I had just said it. Okay, my only excuse was I wasn't looking at the time. I was thinking. So yeah, if you want to see me blunder through games, that's my gaming stream. It's an experiment. I don't know if I'll continue streaming games. If so, whether to keep it on that separate channel or this channel. I'm kind of leaning towards separate channel because it's a different theme and all that. The only problem is it annoys people to have to check 2 different streams to see if they want to see me. But I don't know. Does it really matter that much? I don't know. It's still an experiment until I figure it out. When am I going to play Factorio? It's on the list, but I already had a request Crumpet wants me to play the original Dwarf Fortress without any graphical add-ons. They just released a new version of Factorio? Ooh. Yeah, maybe. You do same channel, I understand why you separate. It's still, I'm still keeping it up in the air. It's still an experiment. I want to collect feedback. Maybe even try out. I don't want to risk tarnishing this stream by doing gaming and like irritate people who don't like to watch game streams, but then, yeah. Anyway, yeah, Dwarf Fortress, I played that years ago and I loved it. And I play old school, so ASCII art without any graphical add-ons. So you basically, if you've never seen Dwarf Fortress before, it's reminiscent of the old Rogue games where like you'll be going, there'll be a corridor is literally like, looks like this, right? Dots. And then that is a dwarf. And if he moves to the right, it does that. It moves one more square to the right, does that. And he's moving along, and all of a sudden there's a G there. Oh my goodness, it's a giant chasing a dwarf, right? Giant is chasing a dwarf. But no problem, there's a dragon coming up on the giant, and the dragon breathes fire and kills the giant. And meanwhile, the dwarf runs around the corner. Look, he has now run around the corner. So he's safe. So the dragon blasts, the giant is no more, and the dwarf is there. So that's kind of like what Dwarf Fortress is like, only it's a colony sim. So you have a whole bunch of these dwarves, and you get to tunnel out underground areas and encounter strange and terrible beasts that are represented by single letters. So that's what Crumpet wants me to play. So that's pretty high up there on the list. Okay, so I'm going to need to be modifying this code again. Only before we were looking at types of components changed. We would still trigger on this, but also I need to do our type container, don't I? The container one's easy because we can just see if someone is interacting with the container, and then we can go straight to that player and just tell them to, I guess we just, instead of doing capture previous inventory, we would do capture previous container. Or maybe update this, how this works. Let's see how this works. Okay, this says player. So we could have, we could enhance this somewhat, right? If this is giving the player's inventory, we can also have the player's container. Instead of inventory, have container, maybe? All right. What's an item cache? Oh, this is information that I put into what? What am I doing with previous item? Previous items. Previous items. This is a cache of information about the previous state of items that may have changed as a result of the command currently. Oh, okay. So, we probably build that. Oh, no. Oh, it's... I remember why. Because you can have multiple actions in an ECS command. So we build a previous items cache up front, and that holds on to what items had before so that we don't screw things up if we have two changes to the same item or the same inventory. All right, that's why. Okay. Makes sense to me. Just out of curiosity, that is keys or item entity identifiers values our whole cache information. So it's just strictly items, not inventories. Okay. And then there's this check where if we've already captured the player's previous inventory before, we don't do it again because we don't want the intermediate state of the inventory. We want the original previous state before this command. So if we've already captured it, we don't want to capture it again. So I'm going to have to change this a little bit, I think. Because if I'm going to capture either, if I change this to, maybe I just leave this the way it is, inventory, but then have another potential key called container, right? Then not just check to see if it's in the results, but it has to be in the results and the corresponding key has to be filled. Because this is immediately filled in, right? Yeah. Right, we get a reference to it and replace it with an object. Wonder why why did I do it this way? Does add take a R value reference? It does. Okay. I could have built this first, then got this reference and then added it, and then skip having to have it be null. Anyway, this is probably better, right? So this is a big task. I should probably break this down, right? No, I think we can keep up the current task for a while. I need to keep it in layman terms. Let players know when containers looking into are changed. Yeah, that's, I don't think I can get better than that. So to break this up into tasks, going back, if we're modifying a container, it would be kind of like modifying a player, only we look at see if which players are interacting with that container, and we do capture previous in the container's inventory rather than the player's inventory, and capture that for all players. Yeah, all players, because then that's distributed to the clients who are logged in as those players. So the trickier thing would be if it's an item. Right now we see it's held by... Does this only work with items held by players? There's a holder cache. If I was forward-looking enough, this should already work for what things that are in containers. Mark entity held. When do we call that? No, I wasn't forward-looking enough. Probably because I couldn't, because we didn't have container types before. Right, so I need to add code here for if the type is container, do a similar thing and mark items held by a container. And so, there are 3 places where you create the player, where you set the player, and where you deserialize the player. Basically, the player exists on disk, and you load them into memory. And then, it's weird, I didn't have an opposite to this. So there are corresponding erases here. There's an erase in destroy entity, and destroy component of type, and set entity component of type for the old. I really should have a method call instead of this erase like that, shouldn't I? So it would be mark entity released. Yeah, something like that. Let's do that first. Do I have a test for this explicitly? I do not. I don't really need one. This would just be a refactoring step then. So let me go to where this is defined and make another one called mark entity released. Call this function whenever an entity is no longer held by another entity. And we don't need the holder anymore. This is the item of the entity that was previously held. And I don't need the holder entity. Okay. So where this is implemented is here. We're going to paste that. We're putting the body in place. And I just do a void holder cache dot erase held entity. And then we're going to call that for wherever we're right now manually erasing things. So right here, Do I just call it directly because we're already in the same class? Yeah, mark entity released inventory I, like that. Okay, in here. And here. Old inventory. And this has an impl in front. Because this is in the outer interface. This whole method should probably be put into the inner impl and the outer one called the inner. But I have not gotten to it yet. Technically, I don't need that either, do I? Need to sleep so you can catch my game stream? So I might not get to the witness tonight. I have a WoW raid. So if I stream, it'll probably be the raid night again. So just to let you know, TS Joss, but get some sleep. Well, let me check my schedule. I just want to let you know so that you're not disappointed. It's sort of a social commitment, kind of like having a regular card game you go to. I'll be able to stream a few hours, maybe. Actually, probably need to. I need to reserve that time for dinner. I probably won't be doing the witness tonight, but tomorrow is free. So the gaming stream tonight is probably going to be World of Warcraft rating. So if you're not into that, then there won't be anything interesting today. But tomorrow I'll probably go back to the witness because we want to finish that game, right? Do I want to? I don't need this name here. I can just I think this is obvious enough. This one should get a better name though, shouldn't it? I'd have to change it at here. Do I want to do that? Entity set. No, it wouldn't be new entity. It would be changed entity. I'm not gonna bother. But I can get rid of that, right? That really doesn't add much to have these names. Okay. Cool. Let's build that and make sure it passes all the tests, and also get the first long compile out of the way. Hey there, Dries Jans. Hopefully finishing up containers today. So containers look like that in the world, like for example a treasure chest, and if I look into them, their inventory pops up. Right now I'm working on the bug where if I put something in the box, it doesn't look like it showed up, but if I look again, it's there. And similarly, if I take something out of the box, it looks like it's still in the box, like we cloned it, but it's really not. If I look again, it's gone. So this is what the task above my head says. So we need to let players know when the contents of a container they're interacting with has changed. Hey there, MindSpike. I'm using Fira code, F-I-R-A. It's got custom ligatures, which I have enabled too. So you configure it in settings here, Fira code, and these are the backup fonts, right? And then this setting lets the ligatures like that show up. So that's really exclamation point and an equals, but when put together, it's a mathematical not equal. If I didn't like to see that, I would just set that to false, and now it's back to no ligatures. But I kind of like seeing that these days. It's pleasant to me. All right, running the unit tests. Yeah, no problem. I can explain what this is while it's running. So this is a pair of plugins to VS Code. This panel is provided by Test Explorer, and it lets me locate and run and see the results and debug any test that I have to find in my projects. It doesn't know how to find the test, though. It needs help from another add-on. Depends on what kind of test framework you use. I use Google Test, so I use this plugin, which cooperates with the Test Explorer plugin, which is this one. Together, they locate all my Google tests, and arrange them in this panel here and show me which ones it's running in blue, which ones have passed in green, and if any fail, they'll show up as red. But I don't expect any of them to fail right now. My project is getting a little bit too big. I actually thought about this on driving my kid to school this morning. I need to reorganize my tests to be more reflective of use cases and less component architecture. So, for example, if I go into ECS, these are all the tests that have to do with the entity component system. And it's really hard to say, let's say I wanted to find the test that works with attacking a player attacking a monster, right? If I'm lucky, I can just look for player attack and find it there and say, oh, here's the test for player attack. And we can see that it passed, right? And we can debug it if we want. But let's say I didn't know to look under the P's, like if I wanted to look for attack, right? Well, there's no search bar. So I usually am reduced to going up here and searching for the word attack and then hoping that I get a hit like that. But sometimes the word is in the file 1,000 times and I don't see it in the name of the test until a long time has passed. So I was thinking about reorganizing this test to make them fit more with groups of use cases. So, for example, this attack and other combat-related tests could be under combat or something, and item-related tests would be under item. So picking up an item or using an item could be in this, like these basically would be in the same area, but then these dialogues and attack and all this would be separated out and not mixed together all in this huge ECS bucket. All right, so all the tests passed, and so we're good. I'm just going to check that in. I'm going to resist the lazy intention I have of waiting until the end of the stream to have one monster commit and do the right thing and actually check in individual subtasks. So this subtask was refactoring, extract, make, mark, entity released. It works not just for items, but for any entities in general, right? Yeah. Mark entity released function. Good. All right. Push monster commits everyone loves, but future Raimu would kill me. Time paradoxes would ensue. Monster commits are convenient for the person pushing, but for someone who has to deal with undoing parts, it's a nightmare. I just give up and just manually remove code that instead of what I could do if they were in individual commits is to tell Git, hey, that commit there, undo that one, but not the rest of them. And a lot of times it just works. Other times there's maybe a conflict or two, but then the tool weeds out everything that's easy, and then you just focus on the one or two difficult conflicts. What testing framework am I using? I'm using Google Test. So that you find just by Google searching Google Test, and you include it ultimately through... How come it's not going to that? Yeah, I want to go to that. Through gtest.h, and you can make a fixture by making a class that derives from their testing test, and in your fixture you can put whatever shared variables between tests, like I have test keys and etc. in here. You can make helper methods, and then ultimately this is the cool thing that the test fixture provides. You can have common setup and teardown for a group of tests, and then every one of your tests can leverage the same setup and teardown. So, and helper methods. So this is a helper method of the test. So it bottles up a lot of boilerplate and gives us a word that we can describe what's going on. We're mobilizing the server as a leader of the game cluster, right? Don't need to know what the details are. If we wanted to, I can control click it, and we'd end up back in that common fixture base class, right? And here's the guts of it. And there's also some setup done for us, so the test can fit now in one page. And that's really the goal, is every test should fit on one page, and the common boilerplate stuff should be in helper methods or in the common setup for the fixture. So Google Test defines a whole lot of macros in addition. So this is a macro that says, I want to make a test named that inside of this fixture class. And then it provides macros like these: assert, true, equal, not equal, less than, greater than. And these are pass-fail gates for the test. Asserts are very strong. If you fail at this point, it stops, and this part is not executed. Expects are more loose. So if like this expect failed and there was more of the test, it would mark the test as failed, but it would continue running. Asserts you want to use when this has to be true, otherwise the code here will crash, right? Because I'm about to go index into an array, and if the index is out of range of the size, then we're going to crash. So might as well assert that it's what we expect it to be. Thank you for that link, Toulouse. Test-driven development, yes. I had another link. Oh, TDD, there we go. Read more about test-driven development there in Wikipedia. All right. What I was looking at exactly was what? I guess I'll go back in my history. Back. Back we go. What was that? Oh, I was looking at the font stuff. Oh, right. So I had refactored that out. Okay, cool. So I need... let's do the easy part first. The executor should mark and remember what items are in what containers. So we can do that in the executor tests. Executor tests is another example of something that needs to be broken up. There are too many executor tests. You know how you can tell? 8,736 lines of code in this test fixture. This test fixture is too big. There are too many tests. So this is on high priority to be broken up and refactored. Basically, I have to split what are the various use cases the executor deals with and put each use case grouping in a different file. Right now, it's just a huge concatenation of every single test. There's probably like, I don't know, 200 tests here. So we're going to add a new one. We're going to make the problem worse. I hate making the problem worse, but I don't want to try to do two things at once. I'm working on containers today. We'll work on refactoring the executor some other day. This executor test will be track items in track items held in containers. And let me think about how I want to write that test. We can either observe direct results from the executor, or we can look at side effects. So I think I'd rather just observe it directly, maybe through a test hook. The executor has this... oh, wait. Maybe I don't need to do it on the executor. Maybe the components, I can test that directly. Oh, no, I can use the components to observe the side effect. So I can start up the executor with a treasure chest holding a pile of gold, let the executor load the cache, and then I can ask the component system, give me the item that's holding the gold. That's what I'll do. Hey there, Risk Guy 1. How are you doing? Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Vesh, who asked me what test framework I'm using. Hello. I like to wave at everyone who chats. I hope that's okay. All right, so can I steal from a previous test to make this easier? Something to do with items. Items, please. Restore player. Perhaps this arrangement would be good enough. So paste that and let me work with this. So I don't actually care about a player, so I don't need this, but let's make a container. So const auto container entity is a new entity. And I feel like making gold today, so gold will be an item. We don't need that. The gold is an item. The name is gold. And what else do we want to say about it? whatever is actually tracked by the holder. What's tracked here? Holder cache. Oh, it's just the entity ID, so it doesn't really matter. It just has to have an item component. So this is just flavor. We don't really need that. This would be the minimum. It just has to be some value there. But that adds a little flavor to make it. Otherwise, boring tests look a little bit more interesting. So we'll create gold, and then I got to create the container component. So that looks a little bit more complicated, right? The way I was doing this in the last few days is to make a container component for the container. This should also be gold entity. The container entity has an items, right? This might be right, this might be wrong. Let me search. I wouldn't find it in this test per se. I would find it in the coordinators ECS tests. Here we go. Yeah, it's items. Okay, let me just steal this. Because why type it when you can just steal what you already typed? And we'll put the gold. I like to put it in the middle slot of 3. I don't know why. I guess it's because these are corner cases that I don't really care about. Okay, then we don't need that. So we mobilize the executor. When we mobilize, part of that mobilization is it's going to go through all of the containers and see what items are held there, and then cache the fact that this gold entity is held by this container entity. So actually then that means the act is mobilizing, right? That's all we need to do. And then the assert is to look at the side effect of that. The side effect would be, we expect the container entity to be what, if we ask the components, get holder of the gold entity. That's the test. And we're going to try it. And it's going to fail. Test-driven development is you write the use case up as a new test first. And the test will fail because you haven't written the code to make it pass. Then you make the code changes or additions to make it pass, and then you run the test again and it should pass. Oh, did I have a bug in the last check-in and I didn't notice? Oh, how embarrassing. I'll have to amend the last commit. I didn't push it, so it's not too late. Oh yeah, look at that. That should be an impl in front, I think, right? Hold on. I think so. Or is it in the components? This is components. Okay, so that should work. All right, how embarrassing. So I didn't even look to see if it built last time. That means I should probably run the tests over again. Right? Let me at least amend the last commit. Because that line should go in there. That's correct. That's the new function we extracted. That should have right. Right, impl in front. Cool, all right. Commit that as an amended commit. Actually, did I push? No, I did not. So we're good. I don't have to force or undo the amend we just did. Okay. It's still linking. Right, because it hasn't done a successful link today, and I don't have it in the cache. Normally, I'd have something to BS about while I'm waiting for this initial link, but I don't really have much else to talk about. I should probably just get other things going. This should just build everything and cache in memory what I need to, so that the next time I really need to build, I don't have to be sitting there waiting for it. What else can I do? I guess I can get prepared to what am I going to do next. So right now the subtask I'm doing is executor. Track items held by containers. So there's actually subtasks of that is on mobilization, scan all containers for items within. So, and then the next would be, actually, is it the executor that's doing this? I can't remember if it's the executor or the ECS itself. So maybe we don't know that. It's either the executor or the ECS that's doing this. But yeah, on mobilization, scan items for scan containers for items within. So the other one is when containers are all combinations, right? Deleted, created, or modified. Update item. Update which items are being held. And then, right, definitely for the executor, not the ECS, is report. Actually, this would be outside of this task. Executor, report to subscribers, container inventories that change. So you would report it to a player who's looking at a container. If no one's looking at the container, we don't need to report it. Yeah, so we'd have to check the container's look list. How come I can't spell sometimes? Look list to find players. Well, to find players who need to be alerted. And is that all I need to do? Oh, the other thing is when an item changes. If it's held by a container, again check the container's look list, notify players looking at this container. Yeah, all right. So by now I've BS'd enough and updated my plan enough so that build is actually finished and I can run that test. I should probably just run all of them because I meant to run them all in that last refactoring, but it hadn't linked properly, so we were actually running the old code. So this should have one failure in it, the one new test I added here. Actually, while that's running, let me check to see if the executor is actually the one that would do this. It would be here, mark entity held. If I search for it, mark entity held. Okay, it's not the executor. It's in this deserialize that it happens, right? Okay, so update the plan then. And I need to move then the code from executor. So it's in the ECS. The entity component system that does this. What is the entity component system? Glad you asked. I have a notebook page. Oh, what happened to my Twitch chat? Hey there, Stormdrag. My Twitch chat just broke. I can only see your chat because it's in my overlay. Should I reload and report? Let's just try reloading. Okay, anyway. Remerate hey to Stormdrag. Weird system crash. You're watching a video until the screen froze, but the video still played? The sound worked? Until they stopped, likely buffering, you press Control, delete, waited a bit, and then blue screen of death about a watchdog? Oh no. That's a hardware problem. I hate those. They make me the most nervous because it makes me think, am I going to have to go to the computer store or Amazon and buy some replacement? And then what do I have to fix? Do I have to build a whole new machine? Those are the things I worry about. All right, so this will have run all the tests and failed the new one, right? So good way to find the new test is just it's the only one marked red. Okay, so it's not the executor at all. I'm going to move this test out then. It really belongs in the ECS. So that's components tests, right? Components in the test framework is here. I'm going to put this at the end. And this is inside of a namespace, so I need to indent it. And I'm going to update the fixture it's in. ECS test components. Windows wanted to check the disk. You skipped it. Gonna do it sometime later. Yeah. It's just to make sure its own data structures weren't corrupted. Okay, so all the components arrows change to components dot. And I don't need to mobilize do. Actually, if I want to do this properly, I want to test deserialize to track. So track items held in containers deserialized. Actually, there are numerous ways we could do this. Deserialize it, create it with the item in there, create the item, create the container and put the item in there. We also have to test taking it out of the container. We have to test destroying the container. Yeah, all of these things have to be tested. How far am I on with the containers? This should be the last day. So storm drag. A lot of the mechanics of working with the container work, so I can do look south, and it pops up here, and I can move stuff out of the box. The few things that are missing are the publish subscribe part to let us know that the contents of that box actually changed isn't done yet. So it looks like the fireworks are still in there, but if I move away and come back and look again, they're not there. And similarly, if I put the fireworks in the box, it looks like it got lost. It's really in the box. We just weren't told that it was updated. But we can move that stuff in and out of the box. We can interact with the box. It knows that if I move away, that we can't look at the box anymore. I can hit escape to stop looking. All that stuff is done. So I'm just finishing up the publish subscribe stuff. And then I'm going to do a little bit of artwork or prettying up the user interface. I kind of want to show the tile of the treasure chest and something that says, you know, ornate treasure chest or whatever we want it to say. And then maybe put this in a neat frame so that we can distinguish the container's inventory from the player's inventory. I also want to embellish the player's inventory a bit. Maybe work it into the mannequin model. Maybe draw like a little backpack he's holding or a bag off to the side and have the general inventory refer to the bag or backpack, so you have a general idea that, oh, okay, this is the loot that he's carrying in his bag or something, versus if he has it in his hand, right? So, yeah, little finishing touches after I get this publish subscribe model for knowing what's in the box is probably the biggest thing I'm doing today, and then I'll be done with it. All right, track items held deserialized. So I need to update this a little bit, but I like what I wrote here so far. This is more of what I want to do. Track items held when container created. And I don't need to do mobilize. Component system doesn't require any kind of mobilize. So the act here would be to actually create the container itself. That is the act. And then deserialize is a little trickier. I have to find another example to do this fastest. Yeah, so here's I'm just going to copy paste this. And it goes here. Actually, there is no arrange. That is the act. Is to just deserialize. So there's no arrange at all. I'll just give the illusion that there was an arrangement. Deserialized, so components we have item, gold. Wait a minute. Are we just keeping it simple? It's just gold. It's a string instead of a full-on object. And that entity number is 1. And then, yeah, this has to be container now. The container is an object. And the key is items. And that is an array of references. So it's just... Oh, wait a minute, there's more... Hold on, I messed this up. I messed it up. The entity and component go out of this. Inside the component is an object holding the items array. So that's just 1. And maybe to make it more prominent, we indent that. And do I need anything else in the container? I don't think so. So that's it. A little more syntax there. So this is the on-disk representation of the entity component system. There are two entities: the container, which has no name, and the pile of gold, which just says gold. That's all we really need for this test. This is the reference from the container to the gold. So after we deserialize that, we should be able to see that the container, which is entity 2, is the holder of the gold, which is 1. Okay, and then when the container is created is where we it's not the container entity, but the container component. So we create the entity for the container, but it has no components yet. We create the gold. Then, as the act for the test, we're creating the container component and placing the gold in the items list of the container, so that we're testing that when we do call that create component type, it establishes that relationship. And then while I'm at it, let me do the other ones. The other ones are, we create it, it's empty, and we place it inside. So that would be like, initially it's nothing in the box, and then we can update it with set entity component of type, and then place it inside now. The set looks like create, only it modifies the existing component rather than creating a new one. So the subtle differences. I've been thinking about merging them because the arguments are the same and the end result is the same. The only difference is a few side effects, which the entity component system will already know. So maybe it could just, if you use set and it doesn't exist yet, it is a create. If I do that, then I would fold these two tests together, right? So this is when created, and this is track entities items held when container changed. Or let's say track items held when container. Let's reword this. Track when item added to container. And then maybe for completeness, I should have the opposite when it's removed. Track when item removed from container. So we'll create it with it in place, gold entity, and then we'll modify it to no longer have it. And then when we ask who's holding the gold, it should say 0, which is a placeholder for no one. And then a slightly different version of this would be if we track when container holding item destroyed. So then we would create the relationship, and then the act would be to destroy entity, and it would be the container. Destroying the gold in the container is not allowed because I have a requirement that it be removed from its container before it's destroyed, so I don't really need to test that. But that's the same effect, right? Should players be able to interact with each other for selling, buying items? Yeah. So that will be another kind of interaction. Probably with a container, a similar kind of container user interface, only we don't want other players to just have a free hand at just taking whatever's in your backpack. It'll probably be, you'll have a temporary container called your, what you're putting on the trade table, and then like you're allowed to put stuff on your side, and they're allowed to put something on the other side, kind of like in other games. And then when both sides agree, then the two the two swap, like the table is turned, and then you can take items out of the trade thing, or maybe it just goes directly into your inventory, one or the other. Probably do something like that. Apparently Half-Life is currently free to play now? Really? That's cool. It's been a while since that game came out. Alright, so these tests are all set up. They're all going to fail, though. They're all going to fail. Actually, some of them are going to succeed just because it wasn't tracking to begin with. How come it's not going... Oh, it's not going up to the top of this. Run them all. So the new ones are going to fail. The ones that pass, like this one, is when it's destroyed, removed. That's because we're not tracking to begin with. Okay, so the tracking code. Let's start with the create. Actually, let's start with deserialize. That's the easiest. So somewhere here, yeah, we're going through all the players. So next we'll go through all of the containers. So containers. So find all containers in the game. If there are any containers, loop through all of them. Container. Get the container. Oh, well, figure out which thing is the entity and which thing is the component. Get the inventory of the container. Do I have a key for this? If not, I should make one. Yeah, let's make one. So it's like player inventory, only it's container inventory. I should not break this habit. I should not use these raw strings, but use these keys instead. So probably I have this raw string in a bajillion places. Only 40? That's not bad. JavaScript is okay. That's where we define the key in the first place. That is a different string, just a coincidence that it looks like that. I think, yeah. Yeah, it's a coincidence. Actually, I see a bug. We're not actually encoding what a player's equipment is. Actually, hold on. If we're already including the character components, why is the items a separate thing? Huh. Then where do we get item components? Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's a bug. I need to, I'll fix that at some point. Let me write it down. Bug. Player backups do not include their equipment. That's an important one. So if you had a sword held in your hand, and then you got a backup copy, like download my data, and then we look at it. Oh no, it is here. But the restore won't restore it, so this is all ignored. Yeah, so it will recreate this entity, but we won't have the actual items, the item information. Right, it won't be in this items list. So this item 7452 is probably not in the list. Yeah, it's missing. Yeah, so we'll know that you had something in your main hand, but it won't be in the items list, and so it'll be destroyed. It'll be an invalid item. Hey there, Tua Bud. Good evening to you. You storing player data using local storage? No, it's all when it's downloaded to you, it's a blob of JSON. It looks like this, and I have a whole lot of ban history because I was testing that feature. But everything about your player record, including like the hash of your password, even, is given to you when you ask to download your data, including all of your entity component system data, which could be a problem because it does reveal where you are in the world. And someone could abuse that to figure out, to draw a map, I suppose. But thinking about taking sensitive non-personal information, as in it's sensitive to the game for purposes of being like either preventing cheating or whatnot, and encrypting it so that only the server can decode it, but then keeping the personal information decrypted, so like the names and stuff like that. But I haven't done that yet. Or you use arrays for single values, because in the future you might have the ability to equip 2 rings, right? So that's all it would need to do to allow you to have 2 ring slots. So yeah, there are arrays for future extension. We could extend it either by having multiple ring slots, for example, or in the future there might be more inventory kinds. So you might have, you might be able to equip something on, what's something I don't have yet? Trinket, right? And then you might have 2 trinket slots. So it's a way to just allow for future extension, is what it is. Right toe. Yeah, there you go. Toe rings. So some of these will never change. Like, you probably can't wear more than 1 belt. You can't have 2 heads. Although, if you were an Etten, you might have two heads and might be able to wear two helmets, right? But yeah, some of these will always be one element, but others are open for extension. Trinkets, odds and ends, where's it from? I thought of trinket because in World of Warcraft, that's a kind of item slot, and you can have two trinkets. So you can have 2 rings and 2 trinkets on your World of Warcraft character. But all the other things, usually, yeah, only one slot. We're done with that. Looking to replace hard-coded items that have to do with container equipment, container keys. So that's not it. Nope. This one is, though. That we should use, that. In fact, am I doing the right thing for what calls this? I think so. Not sure, though. Do you save the world data in a database in intervals for consistency, or only when certain events occur? So, the game server itself, actually I should show it from this perspective, actually runs on simultaneously on 3 programs or servers. They could run on the same computer or different computers. So in order to keep them consistent, I'm using the raft algorithm. And one of the requirements of the raft algorithm, I'll link it, is that in order to make changes to state, you have to have that change replicated to all the servers. So we're constantly, every single change that's done in the game is constantly being appended to the logs of all servers. And right now, it's very simple. The log is the database. In the future, the log could be a request to update a database, and then it would be disconnected from the raft, so to speak, and then the database would just be in charge. But yeah, even there, I would want to constantly have all servers know about, if not what's in the database, what we want the database to have. And unless I reach the point where the log is a bottleneck in terms of update frequency, I'll probably keep it like that, every single change being a log entry. Now, if it gets the frequency is too high, I would probably start to combine commands into the same log entry. So you like you're suggesting, I could have an interval where like we collect all changes we want to the game within the next interval, and that could be pretty short, like 10 milliseconds. And then when that 10 milliseconds fires, we can say, okay, what are all the changes that we've collected we want to make? That's one log entry, replicate it to all the other servers. Once all the servers acknowledge that they have recorded in their logs, then apply it to the game state, send it to the database, for example. Yeah. So it's kind of fluid, and the design can handle changes, but right now it's no real database. Every single change is one log entry. That log entry is all recorded in JSON. I can show you what it looks like. Game.journal. There they are. Each one of these is a change to the game. A lot of them are launch a particle in the air, or change the position of an entity, or start cooling down the movement or wandering time of an NPC, that kind of thing. But sprinkled in here will be like if a player moves or someone attacks a monster, something like that. Someone loses some hit points. And you see there where it reset and then started over. In addition to recording the game changes in the game journals for raft purposes, we also collapse them into a single state snapshot that we save to disk for backups and for replication to new servers that weren't in the cluster before. Gave me a gift. Check my Discord after stream. Okay. Well, thank you for the gift, Mr. Muffles, whatever it is. I'm already excited to see what it is. Oh, no problem, Mighty. The monster data is saved, but not in the player data. The monsters are separate entities. So these guys have their own identities, and their information is here. So like how many hit points he has, what his name is, when he can next make an action, when he's next planning to wander around. Here's his loot table. So probability of dropping gold or other things is all in there. Whether he's attackable by players, what his armor class is, all that stuff is held within that item, and he already wandered away. But the positions of both monsters and players are separate components. So there's this POS position component. So everything in the world that's visible or invisible. If it has coordinates in the world, it'll have a position component. If in addition to being in the world, you can see it, it also has a tile component. Tile component tells the front end how to draw it. Position says where it is. So as these guys move around, their position components are updated. The X and Y coordinates within their position component are updated. And that's what was appearing in that game journal. It's mostly those slimes moving around, right? Or this I actually happen to know this is a different NPC. But this, for example, is a slime, 36,861, and he moved to -8 by 7, on this command. Yep. So every entity in the game has one or more components, and it's their mix of components that defines what they are. So a player has position and tile, but also has a player component. And a non-player character has an NPC component, but they also have the common position and tile. And some things also share between, things that apply to both player and non-player characters would be like this caps, and this is short for capabilities. So this is how I capture whether a monster can move over water or not, or can move through solid objects. This M is a bit mask. If it's 1, it means you can move on land. If it was 2, it could be only move on water. If it's a 3, it's a combination of 1 and 2, so you can move on land or water. If it was a 0, they wouldn't be able to move at all. So that's shared between non-player characters and player characters. I'll have the same thing here, the caps. Thank you for that follow, by the way. So another thing, like if the player is logged in, they'll have a camera component, and that's where we record which server is talking to the player who's logged into that character to use the command that character, and then with the ID of the client connection. So if I were to log out, for example, let me show ghosts first, because that shows when we're logged out. And let's say I just close this window and then update. So now see how my caps component went away? We destroyed the camera component of the player, but not any of the other components. So the player still exists, but they have no camera. That means we're not transmitting a view or rendering of the world anymore for that player. And optionally, I can say, I don't want to see where they are anymore. I have this feature to show where they are in case I change the world and I accidentally place a character outside the map. That has happened. Early versions of the game, we stranded people by accident because I couldn't see where they were. I would paint over an island and make it all water, and then I forgot, and they logged in and say, I'm stranded in the middle of the ocean. How do I get out? So I have that feature in there to show logged out players. But yeah, so now I'm logged in again. The camera component is back, only it's a different server client connection because we connected differently. Hey there, Mamba Dev. How are you today? Yeah, so that's an insight into how the game's entity component system works. There are systems which operate on these components. So one of the systems we're working on today is the look system, which is mostly concerned with the container component of this item. So its scripts will look at this item or this thing on the ground. It happens to be an item, but it doesn't need to be an item because the look system only cares that it has a container component. It says, okay, you have a container component. Let me look at these numbers or lack of numbers and tell the player about it. And that's how the player draws these things. Some pork, rice, and veggie. Sounds good. All right, so there's this constant string called items that I wanted to not hard code. So I'm going through and making sure, ooh, yeah, some of these should not be hard coded, but others, the data is, I think, for now. Sometimes it's a coincidence when we have the same string called items, because there's the items actually in the data, and there's the items that's in the component. Yes, when we're talking about character component, this should be actually player inventory. And then, okay, then, all right, we were talking about before, we're missing the code to actually preserve the player's equipment. I'll have to get back to that later. Okay, and then here where it's container component items, it should be key container inventory. And same thing here, right? Oh no, this is player. So this will be player inventory. Where else? Command as, this is the records, so that doesn't count. Okay, and then here, yes, here it's player inventory. Happen to be the same string, but they might not be in the future. Wait a minute. Is that... Oh, this is in an anonymous namespace because it's a shared function, so I need to be explicit about what namespace that's in. Definitely a lot of information that player download that we probably don't need to see. Yeah. Really all that's required by GDPR is anything that's personally identifiable, right? I mean, you could make the big stretch and say, I could be identified by my character's items because everyone knows that I only carry maces. But I think that might be too big a stretch. So it probably isn't required that we tell you in your personal information download that, yeah, your character is holding the mace of destruction +2. It happens to have this secret script attached that will kill your character after 36 days. You probably don't want to know that. Yeah, secrets attached to the items you're holding. I definitely don't want that in the player data because it's spoiler material and it's not personally identifiable. So yeah, I am gonna probably provide it to you in the download because the download is also a backup copy should you choose to delete your account and then a day later regret it. You could send me your downloaded data and say, could you restore my player? And I would feed it back into the game. The game would be able to decrypt your spoiler attached encoded item data just fine, but it wouldn't have spoiled it for you. Delete your... I'll probably do this stuff like that. Like you'll pick up a really cool weapon and it has some kind of curse that activates after a certain point or on a certain monster, and I probably won't want you to know about it. So it'll have to be attached to the item that your character holds. So it'll have to be present in any backups, but I don't want it to be spoiled for you, so it'll have to be encoded. Okay. We built? No, there was an error. Where's the error? Tell me where the error is, compiler. There it is. Yeah, it doesn't... Some of these need namespace qualification because they're in an anonymous namespace of helper functions. The keys, these constants are inside of a namespace and the helpers are not. What happened here? Undeclared identifier. Oh, what did this used to be? Oh, it's container entity. Right? Holder, yeah. There we go. Fixed. So this bit of code I just wrote should fix one of the tests, the one that tracks when you load the game what items are being held in what containers. So it's a cache basically, or a lookup table, so that we don't have to scan the entire game to find out what's holding onto an item. All right, back to the test for that. The one that has to do, it doesn't, I have to rescan. The one that has to do with deserialization is here. So it's just that the act of deserializing establishes this holder relationship. 2 is holding 1 because item 2 is the entity 2 is the container and in its inventory is entity 1, which is an item. Run that. It fails. Okay, I failed. Code didn't work. Let's debug it and find out why. So, debug that test, please. Okay, we get to containers. Oh, there are no containers. Why were there not any containers? Oh, it's not plural. It's just container. That's important. No plurals in type names. Oh, I've been forgetting something. I have a guest on stream. My cat, Casper. He's actually been asleep the whole time, and I forgot that he actually got in there before the stream started. Time to stretch? Yeah, I'll give you guys a free... No one needs to redeem it. I'll give you a free Pet the Cat redemption. How about that? So this is... If someone were to redeem Pet the Cat with channel points, I would do this. I would hide the camera because I got to get up, and I don't want you to see what's behind my blue screen. I'm going to get up and pet the cat and stretch for a second. Yep. Gotta get up and stretch. I got into this habit, or I'm trying to get into this habit, inspired by CM Griffin, who, if you watch his stream, he tries to remind himself to get up and stretch every hour or so, because it's bad to be sitting in a chair for 4 hours straight. It's bad for your health, ultimately. Oh, Mr. Muffles redeemed it? Does that mean I have to get up and do it again? Okay. He earned it. Okay, here we go. We got to pet the cat again. All right. There you go. Does he look pleased? I think he looks tired to me. Cats sleep, what, 12 to 14 hours a day? Wow, the air pressure is here changing. The weather's kind of weird today. Okay. Built the game and gonna run the test again. Still not working. It does say container. I don't know, let's see what's going on here. Okay, it's going into the containers. The inventory is null. Ooh, that's bad. What's the key? Items. Oh, I need array. Okay, I screwed up the test arrangement. This is the category of components, so it's all of the containers. One of the containers is this one. There we go. Your cats would be like, leave me alone, let me sleep. My cat is super passive and chill. Even when I have to take him to the vet, the only thing he does is like, meow, meow. But he'll let you pick him up, he'll let you put him in the carrier, he'll curiously walk out of it. He's very, very chill. He's also like 16 years old. So being an older cat, I think it makes him even more sort of like chill and passive. He just sleeps, he eats, he yells at me if I forget to feed him. Otherwise, he's like very, very low energy for a cat. Your cat is a dog? Okay, so that test is passing. Next one will be when the component's created. So that's a similar thing to this. In fact, you know, I wonder if I should just make this a helper. I should, shouldn't I? This much of it, at least. We're going to repeat that, aren't we? Yeah, why don't I just do the right thing here? So this would be... Let's just put it into the components itself. Impl mark all entities held. We already have access to the component, so it probably makes sense to just pass the component and the entity. The entity, the component, and then the key, right? And then that will be an array. And so this will use, okay, that makes sense. So that means this, where would I declare that? That's in the internals, right here. Mark entity. So I guess we'll just have 2 more methods, right? Mark all entities held. So it's holder entity and holder component, right? Const JSON value holder component, and then const standard string inventory key. Call this function in order to mark all entities in the given inventory as being held by the inventory's entity. There we go. This is the identifier of the entity holding the other entities. Param in holder component. This is the component of the entity holding the, this is the component which contains the entity references of all entities held by the holder. Is that too obscure? This is the component which contains the entity references of all entities held. Yeah, that's fine. And then inventory key. This is the key of the array inside of the component, which is holding the entity references. Okay, and then I might as well just do it right away. I'm gonna want a reciprocal of this. Mark all entities released. Call this function in order to mark all entities in the given inventory as no longer being held by the inventory's entity. This is the identifier of the entity previously holding, or do I just say holding? Yeah, previously holding the other entities. This is the component which contains the entity reference of all entities previously held by. This is the key of the array inside the component which is holding, which I guess is. Okay, so we want both of these methods to be defined. So above this one is this one. It's an internal method of the components. So this is going to be what I was previously writing in the other place. Let me put a bookmark there. Clear out all my old bookmarks and then go back and find where I had that code. Back. Here it was, right? This one. Let me put a bookmark there and go to the other bookmark and paste. And then I can remove the impl now. Oh, I need the other thing, right? I need the reference to the inventory. The inventory is the holder component inventory key. Then go through the inventory as an array, mark that the holder entity is holding that inventory item, that inventory reference. So that will just go into here and have this sanity check. Okay, so we're done. So then I can use that instead of this. I can just say mark all entities held, player entity, player component, key player inventory, right? And then similarly, how come that's in red? It's undefined. Oh, because it should be impl. Yep. Okay, and then I need to do it for containers too. Oh, I already did it. Right, okay. My short-term memory sometimes is weird. I didn't remember writing that. I remember wanting to write that, but not actually writing it. So then we're done, right? Okay. So now that it's extracted as a method, I want to do the same thing when we create the component. So I need to go to create component of type, and then we need to have a special thing for a container. Else if type is, oh, and look at that code right above me. That looks like it should be refactored as well. Okay, this should be entity, component, container inventory, right? And this one is just player inventory. Look at that. All right. That should make one of my other tests pass. This one. And hopefully it remembers that that's a test. Otherwise I got to reload. Oh, it remembered this time. And it passed. Sweet. So did the other one break? No. I love it when tests don't break. Doesn't the entity has a reference to the component or the other way around? Hi, that noob. The way I have it right now is containers hold references to what they have in them. So this box right here has a container component which has an items array, and one of the references here is another entity. So to see what's in there, I do fetch, look at it, and it's a firework. In the game, you just walk up to it and you look and you see the firework there. The firework doesn't remember directly in the entity component system that it's being held by a container. It just knows that, hey, I'm a firework. I look like this. That's all that it knows. So in order to if you have a firework and you're like, who's holding onto this firework? I have now a cache that we're constructing from whenever we either deserialize the game or we create the container. We do this mark all entities held. Mark entity held puts into a holder cache a pairing between the you can't see that because it's off screen. The item that's being held is the key, and then what is holding it is the value. So it's like a reverse map. We don't have to go holder entity to held because the holder entity directly remembers what's inside of it through its container component there. So like this is already in the data, so we don't need a cache for it. I just need to cache the reverse map. Enhancement, when you fetch an ID, auto-select it after fetch. Oh, you mean like when I take this number and paste it here and say fetch, have it auto-selected? I think it used to do that, but there's a regression. I think that's actually a bug. But yeah, thank you for noticing. I at least need to say that I want... This is either a bug or enhancement. This needs to be all in caps. When fetching an entity in the GM entities panel, auto-select it once it's been fetched. Yeah, good idea. I'm pretty sure it used to do that, and it's a regression that it's not doing it now. Hey there, Minier Play. I forgot to say hi to Ellie Null. Hi. And Mighty. Mighty Sill. Forgot to say hi to you. I was explaining stuff and I forgot to say hi. Still have not perfected the art of welcoming people to my stream who chat. I see other streamers who just do it effortlessly, and I'm very envious. How often do I go through my notes? It varies. I am still trying to get better at my organization. I'm making this notebook in the first place because my organization is pretty bad. So I at least write it down, and I can search for these. The frequency of looking through them is not so good, kind of poor. In the past, I've gone like 100 streams before going through the notes again, and then I had to have a special like 2-hour section of a stream where I actually go through the notes and put them into GitHub. And then once it's in GitHub, I generally read those because whenever I'm looking for something to do and I'm not sure what I want to do, I'll just browse through the GitHub. What are the issues and to-dos there, and I'll find them there. So yeah, some days I look at them right away, other days it lingers. So, Minier Play, that's exactly what my stream helper is doing here with this hi column. It's just that I haven't trained myself to look at it often enough. I don't want my bot to auto-welcome people because welcoming should be something I do as a human, as a broadcaster, and I think it would be rude to have my bot auto-welcome people. But I want to at least get the muscle memory formed so that you don't go without being welcomed, because that's kind of rude, right? I want to be a gracious host and all that. Okay, mark all entities held is tested here. So that's passing. Now we're doing this one when it's added. So add is through set entity component type. So I want a similar thing. Did I get rid of the bookmark? I think I did. On or create entity component type has this section. I think we want that for set as well. Set. How come it's not finding it? Sometimes this thing is flaky. It's not finding it. I'll just have to do the traditional search. Set entity component type. There it is. Whoop. There it is. Position, all this. Okay. Yeah, so here we can refactor a bit, right? So if it's a container, I think I'm going to do the same thing where we might have a combination of things being removed and things added. So this is what I want to do here. Only this is new inventory. You know, it's component, but the key is that. And the entity is what? Entity. So that replaces that. And then this section up here is mark all entities released, right? Same entity. Actually, the release doesn't need an entity reference, does it? It doesn't. I should remove that. It's old inventory. No, it's component entry second is what it is. Yes. Okay, so let me fix this problem that we don't need that first parameter. I don't need the holder entity. Doesn't matter, right? Because we don't care who held it. Oh, did I not implement it? Okay, let's implement it. Should be implemented after this one. Have a little Raspberry Pi LED that indicates a new user is there. Oh, that's a terrifically good idea. I actually have one right in front of me. See that? The Raspberry Pi Zero. And I'm not using it for anything. I even have a 7-segment LED quad. I could totally make this monitor something like a counter. Maybe even have my stream helper just put it directly in there. And it could just I would actually see that better. And I give a use to that old Raspberry Pi sitting here. So what this used to be, this was a Mumble server before we used Discord for in-game chat for World of Warcraft. The raid group I was in, or I'm still in, used Mumble, and before Mumble it was Ventrilo. But and hey there, about that noob. When Ventrilo went away, we needed someone to host the Mumble server. I'm like, oh, we'll just put it on a Raspberry Pi. I'll keep it right here. Oh, wait a minute. I waved to you. I meant to give you a point. Actually, I'm going to give you a couple more points. I'll just give you 2. That's fine. I want to capture that because that's an awesome idea. It'll give me something I can do with my Raspberry Pi. I like it. All right. This is components impl. And then where that's called, can I get back the code that was there if I click that? Yeah. Can I copy paste from here? I really want this. Well, it's not letting me do it. Oh, I know a way. I can use the git code, the git lens, and click. Where am I? Oh, right here. And click line history. And then grab it from here. Close it. Done with the git lens. Go back to here and paste. There we go. So this is we might as well just call it inventory, not old inventory. The component goes here, the key goes there, impl falls away. Perfect. Build. Double check something. Oh, I didn't finish here. I want to do the same thing I did with the player, only it's container inventory. Container inventory. All right. This is one half of it, right? The other half would be if an item changes and it happens to be in a container. Then we have to see... No, there's 2 things I need to do. Item in a container changes, see what container it's in. The other thing would be that if the container is being looked at, inform the matching player. So I still need to do that. But first things first, this test. Pass. Other test. Pass. This one fails, right? So we still need to do the destroy entity change. So probably we'll be calling this one, right? So destroy entity. Actually, there's two things. I should have destroy the component of the entity and destroy entity as two separate tests. Track when container component holding item destroyed, and then when the whole entity is destroyed. Container entity. So in this case, let's create another component of the same thing, so it doesn't truly get destroyed. Item of the container, it would be just its name. Fancy treasure chest. And then instead of destroying the entity, we're just destroying the component of type container of the container entity. Similar effect though, whether you destroy the whole container or you just destroy its inventory, we want the items no longer to be held. So both will fail. But they do go through different codes, so that's why I wanted two tests. So destroy all entity loops through and right, so here's the kind of code that I want, and I want to reuse this mark all entities released. There. Mark all entities released, and what's the... So we don't need impl. What's its components of type second? And this is container, right? But I also want to leverage this here, right? This is player inventory, and I don't need that anymore. Okay, so that's destroying the entire entity. So that will pass, but this one will still fail because we're just chopping off one component. But it's going to be a similar thing, right? Just in a different function. Destroy component of type. Yeah, so here. Unindent. So that is really that, only the type is just that. Right, that. But everything else is the same, right? So I fold these together. Okay, impl is in front again. And that should fix it, right? The repetition that we're calling it from a couple places bothers me a little bit. So one way to remove a little repetition is destroy entity could call this for every component type in the game. It's just that we'll then be doing the finds. Well, actually, maybe that won't be too bad. Destroy entity already does this, right? Oh, it doesn't do a find. It uses an iterator. Store begin, store end. So it skips the first level find and just goes through all of the store. So it's a tiny bit more efficient than instead of all this, have it just called destroy component, entity component of type, because the destroy entity component type will look through the store again to find that type, and we already have the iterator here. I could remove that inefficiency by having an alternate destroy entity component type where we pass in the iterator. It's such a tiny little improvement. I'm not going to worry about it. All these are passing, right? So while I'm running all of those, let me check this in. So this is tracking items. Oh, wait a minute. No, I forgot. Items in containers need to be accounted for. So I need a few more tests. And this would be if an item is... Oh, wait a minute. No. We only care about here if it's being held or not. So this is done. I can check this in. This check-in is only tracking what's being held in containers. Track what items or what entities, because you can actually put something in a chest that's not an item. Track what entities are inside of what containers. So that's all of these changes, right? Actually, I'm going to take out a few of these because those are just using a new constant. So like that, I can take that one out, and that one, and this hunk, and that one too. I can say these are the actual changes of merit for this commit. Yep. And then these are just use remove magic strings. Use named constants. Okay, and that is all passing over. It's all almost done, probably. Yeah, just a few more seconds. And they all pass. Okay, so we're tracking what's holding what. Now, to let the player know when a container's inventory changes would be when either a component's, when either a container component is changed or an item component is changed. You add your PEM files to get ignored. Don't think, oh, those are just tests anyway. But you're right. I've been kind of sloppy about it. I could just ignore all of these. Actually, what I really want to do is take about 15 minutes of time at some point and put those along with us writing a script to handle it, put them in a special directory like stage that's already ignored. And these, I just haven't found a home for these files yet. I don't have like a convenient directory available from this tree here from the project space that holds text files I use only on stream. Maybe that should just go under stage. Okay, so yeah, I'm just being lazy. I should move those to the stage directory, which is already in gitignore. Stage gitignore. So it's already ignored. I just been lazy and haven't put them there. I can't put them there now because it will screw up my flow. Like OBS won't find the file again, and I'll have to go change the path. I just need to do it. Let me give you a point though for reminding me to do that. And maybe to hammer it home, I'll take what you said and put it in my notes. To do, move all these files to stage and update affected scripts, OBS, etc. I think it'd be like take me 15 minutes, but I'm procrastinating. Ramu procrastinates? Don't tell anybody. Okay, the player needs to know if they're looking at a container, if the container or its items change. So that's the job of it's a coordinated effort between the executor and its subscribers. So executor test would be the first stop here. Actually, we already have similar tests, right? Tell the player if their inventory changed. So let me find this. Inventory, right? Oh, look, I already have a test for that. That's good. That's one of the things I wasn't sure if we were doing correctly. I think this is it. Full inventory, delta inventory, item in inventory delta twice. So all of these, let's replicate these tests. And it'll be in container instead of inventory. Item after removing from inventory. Yeah, all of these. Replicate them down here. That's fine, that noob. They need to be on my test list. I appreciate your help in... These are a lot of lines ago. I appreciate your help in reminding me to do it. Oh, because these are all collapsed. That's why it looks like a lot of lines. Okay, so modify component full container. We're going to be repeating that word a lot. Delta container. Modify. Actually, it doesn't matter, does it? Oh no, it does, because we might change a container and not its items, but its other fields. Okay, so modify component item in container delta. In container delta twice. In inventory, in container full. And after removing it from a container. I don't know why that diff is there. It doesn't belong. Okay. Got it. Expand all. What's the key combination? Control K, Control J. All right. Yeah, 8,000 lines. Talked about this before. This executor's test suite needs to be refactored. I've been thinking about breaking up the test into categories by use case, but I haven't gotten to it yet. Just thought about how to do that this morning. Those tests the same for container inventory? No, they're slightly different. So like, probably these should go in their own fixture with slightly different setup. I'm just too lazy to do it right now. I'll do it later. I should probably do it now. Yeah, instead of expanding beyond 9,000 lines, these should probably all go into their own file. That file would then be about 300 lines. I'd rather do it later because then I could focus on groupings first. Yeah. It's not going to be too much work. It's just moving blocks of tests around, right? Yeah, so it won't be too big of a cost to just add to it now. So the setup of these is slightly different. Instead of it being in the player's inventory, we have to actually create both a player and a container. And we have to associate the two. So this would be container entity. You say that a lot? Yeah, so it's not just me. That makes me feel better. I'm not alone. Yeah, the tests arrangement definitely is different. The acts would actually be the same, but then the asserts will be slightly different. This should be I have to actually do more than see if it has it. We have to check that, make sure the container reference is correct. Actually, why does it just say has? It should be more than that. Yeah, it should be like that. Why is it just has? Oh, false has, because we removed it. Right. So these will be slightly different. Instead of inventory, it'll be container. So that's the difference. The difference is mostly sprinkled about the test. So if I was really good, I could... How would it do this? I would have tests that would try it for a player, try it for a container. Or a group of tests that we would run in 2 different configurations or something like that. Actually, I don't exactly know how to do that with Google Test, but I could figure that out. I want to figure out now. No, I think I'll keep them separate. Probably a bad decision, but yeah. Full container. What did I modify then? Oh, I did the one at the bottom first. Okay, let me start at the top instead of the bottom. Starting from the top, I'm looking at that green bar. Okay, that green bar starts here. 2 items, a container in which we're going to replace player inventory with container inventory. And put this up first. And the containers oh, right, that's the previous state of the container. Okay, so that goes here. And the player has to have something static in it. JSON object. Actually, what do we need in the player component? I don't think I need anything in the player component. So, does it need to have a player component though? Not really. Oh, actually, we do, because I need the entity reference. Okay, can I have non-players interacting with containers? Does that even make sense? I'm going to say it doesn't for right now, so I won't need to know that it's a player. So I really just need the look. The look has an array in it. That array has the which container we're looking at. And I'll also need the container entity to have a matching player entity in its look. So that means the two are entangled in the container interaction. I should have a helper set all this stuff up. Okay, the modifying the item to change the number of fidget spinners to 2. Oh, this has to change a little bit too, right? Maybe not. No, maybe not, because we just care about the inventory. Right, there was 1. We changed it to 2. And what is this? Oh, right. So this is container entity. And then we publish this. This triggers the executor to take a look at the changes that were requested. And I don't really care about that per se. Oh, no, I do. So this is container entity, but we'll also have look. And look will have 2 entries in it. So player entity, JSON array, container entity. So the container and the player are still entangled. We have Windsock in the chat, whose nickname you find very cool. I think Windsock might be a bot, though. Unfortunately. Because it is a cool name. What do I have marked for Windsock? Yeah, I have Windsock has never said anything. It's been watching me a total of 6.5 days since I started tracking. I'm pretty sure Windsock is a bot. If they're not a bot, they're an epic lurker. It is a cool name. If they are an epic lurker, I'd feel bad if they said something and unlurked themselves. So don't do it. If you are a lurker. Hey there, Cloudhawk. They're a bot. Yeah, have them... Again, Yada crashed. Let me reload and report this time. Issue. Actually, I don't even know what happened. But there's the stack trace. What was I doing? I went to the what do you call it? Yeah, I was trying to wave to someone. So I was doing that. So, to reproduce, what did I do? Left click, because the chat went through, and then it crashed. So left click on, I don't know what do we call it, the context menu, and then click on custom action. In my case, it's the hey action. Can I tell Hideo what that action looks like? I can do that in custom actions, right? Yeah, I can have another screenshot here. action which is set up like below, and then see error. So right, it's the generic something bad happened error replaces all of chat, and then I don't need this section because I included it in there. There's the error stack trace, and there's the environment. All right. Title is Yada crashed for me twice today as I attempted to use a custom action. Submit new issue. So I was wanting to say hi to someone. That's what the action looked like, and generic thing happened, and there's the stack trace. There's my environment. Okay, I'm doing the right thing and letting Hideo know about it. What's wrong with lurking? There's nothing wrong. It was just we were wondering, since the name is really cool, I was wondering if they're an actual lurker or if they're a bot. And I don't want to unlurk them because I have the much respect for lurkers. Bots, on the other hand, I think it's kind of lazy for developers on Twitch these days to have a bot that uses a real name, unless the bot actually chats. Because you can make a lurker bot with an anonymous nickname that doesn't show up in the viewer list. WinSock is still used. I use WinSock. I can show you that. I do that in network connection in system abstractions. Socket. Oh, is this the right place? This is the generic network connection Win32. WinSock. I use WinSock 2 from the WS232 directory. This is how we connect to the network. We make a socket. It actually is pretty much the same as the BSD socket API. So I still use it. It's used in the game server. I'm not aware of anything newer in the C++ side of things for doing socket I/O on Windows. If there is a new one, let me know. I'll definitely look at it, but it would need to be in C or C++. All right, the look container. That was it, right? And then we should get previous. Should I use this? Yeah, I'll use it. I'll still use this key, but what I'll do is I'll say player has container fidget spinner 1. That's what I'll do. All right, so I'll probably want similar arrangement for the other tests. So I'll want to have this container and the look ones replicated, right? You had boost ASIO. ASIO, does that work with sockets? I've used ASIO before. Oh, it's a different kind of ASIO. There's something else named ASIO out there, which is audio, like audio input output from Steinhauser. One of those audio companies made a audio API that a lot of high-end stuff uses called ASIO. So this is more low-level I/O, but they probably wrap WinSock themselves, right? Not Steinhauser, like Steinhauser. Let's look it up. ASIO audio. It's different from this Boost ASIO. Steinberg, not Steinhausen, Steinberg. That's what I thought. What came to my mind when I read ASIO, but this is completely different ASIO. Is this common in larger C++ projects? No. This is one of my weaknesses. I have allowed this test framework to grow to be enormous. So I'm still working on this. It's a bad habit accumulated over many years, but trying to work on undoing this bad habit. What I should do is every just once in a while when it gets too big, I need to restructure this test fixture, maybe break it up into smaller test fixtures. And my goal would be to get each test fixture to be no longer than like 1,000 lines long. 1,000 lines is a pretty decent maximum size for a single file in C++ projects, no matter if it's big or small. If it gets larger, like beyond 2,000 lines, it's a code smell or a sign that the developer is not good enough at keeping their code refactored and restructured to maintain it. So yeah, this is not typical. This is something that I have trouble with. Yeah, it's me slacking off. Yeah. I can't fix everything in a day, and I have my current task, but I do note that this is a problem. And now that's mentioned more than once, maybe we make sure that it's in here. Yeah, okay, let's actually mention it. And I'll give you a useless Raimu internet point. Your first point, and by the way, hello. I don't think I've said hi to you, Nax. So we should put in here that, put your comment in here to do, need to refactor, actually basically all unit test fixtures to be appropriate sizes. So I already knew that I needed to do it, but putting it into my notebook helps me remember that I need to do it. Oh, bye, kitty. I think the cat got cold, and he's going over to his heating pad now. Yeah, he's awake. He's probably cold. He slunk over to where his heating pad is. All right. So knowing that I'll refactor this later, let me for now just keep the structure and add the test for the current task I'm working on. So I'm defining a container entity which is entangled with the player in an interaction. So instead of this player entity, we create a player entity and a container, and the two are entangled. And this is container inventory. And then we modify the item's quantity, and this is going to be container entity new state. Okay, and what were we doing exactly here? We were doing with a delta. Okay. So this is what I want down here. Instead of player, it's container. Player doesn't change. And this is container. I've been thinking about putting it on the cat tree thing, but one thing I'm worried about is it's slipping and him getting hurt when he's jumping off of it. Also, it would make it a little taller and it'd be a little clumsy for him. And also, it needs to be plugged in, and the cord is not long enough to reach all the way down. So there's a few technical issues in arranging it to his complete satisfaction. If the thing had a built-in heating pad, that'd be perfect. But alas, is not. Oh, this is old. We don't want that. The player component is not needed at all. It's just these. Currently working on an old Java Spring monolith where integration tests take like 15 minutes. You like my development speed, but you don't like the source files with that amount of lines? Yeah, I agree with you, Nax. That's a good amount of time for integration tests. For unit tests, you want them to run like as fast as you can, because otherwise people don't want to run them because it's a hassle. I like that I can just run a subset of the tests, and the subsets are really fast. Even if the overall thing takes 1 minute and 47 seconds, at least I can run the set that I care about at the moment. But yeah, I agree with you that these files being too long is an issue. Yeah, sometimes I forget Manir play. Yeah, that I am the cat slave. He reminds me twice a day at least when it's mealtime. He's like, slave, feed me. I'm like, okay, open another can. All right. Okay, so this is slightly different. There's no previous state. It's just we hard code the inventory. So that goes here, and it's container inventory. And then the player is created. Oops, I forgot something. This line. That line goes there. Create the player and the container are looking at each other, so I already have a copy of that, so we'll delete that and that. There we go. Maybe parallelism could help. Maybe, but it's how this button works, and this is tied into one of those two extensions to VS Code, so that I would either have to figure out if they have something in the configuration for those extensions, or I would have to suggest it as a issue request to those extension authors that, hey, I'd like to run stuff in parallel. Yeah, I think if I run them in parallel, it is faster than a minute 47. So yeah, these changes are correct. And it's container. That's the only thing I need to change here. So it's mostly the setup that's different. Okay, so container, player, and the player look entanglement in delta twice. Okay, so here, item entity, create the player, they're entangled in a look interaction, change it twice, we get back to the previous container inventory, has 1 in it. All right, and then full. All of this stuff. Development speed, more important than testability, important than source readability, important than sort and size. Yeah, that sounds good to me. It's readable. Its readability varies on who's reading it, I think, though. It's readable enough for me most of the time, but I would like it to be readable, even more readable than that. Because future me will probably be happy if I made it even more readable than it is now. Item 1 entity is there. Okay, that's the only thing I need to change. Yeah, in the past, I've been irritated at myself for not being clear in these tests. The biggest thing I do wrong, I'm doing it today, I'm perpetuating the problem, is this set of code is largely the same between these tests. I should be packaging that into a helper method of the fixture for the tests and not have to repeat it endlessly. The cost I pay is that if I change any of the details here, I have to change it like 200 times. Search replace helps a lot, but what would help better and improve readability is if I, like something like this, I just made it a helper saying, create a player who is interacting with a container. Because that's what this is. Creating a container and a player that are in a look interaction, and the container happens to have an item in it. All right, and then that's container then. Okay, remove from the... we're almost at the end. This is getting tricky. I think so. So we have item entity in there instead of item 1. Okay, and then we're removing it from the container. So we're modifying the container entity, container inventory to be all nulls, and then changing that, and we should have no change. Okay, that's good. It becomes a big mess of thousands of use cases. They do the same. You've had those projects. I think it's just a natural result of lack of discipline and lack of organization, and I have both problems. I'm not very well organized, and I don't stick to a good discipline. I have to force myself to establish a new discipline of either make helper methods from the start or set a schedule, like maybe every every Monday would be a refactoring day or something like that. And then the organization I'm trying to improve by streaming is a big thing. Along with the stream, I have the notebook. It's still a struggle, though. There are a lot of viewer suggestions for ways I can improve the organization, and they themselves require me to do some research and training. And yeah, there are only a certain number of hours I have every day to do these things. A lot of it's procrastination too. I've been meaning to learn auto hotkey to automate and improve how I organize the windows on my monitors, and I just procrastinating, not doing it. So, it just means I'm human. I'm not a robot. There's yet another way I can prove that now. Okay, am I ready to actually code these things? The tests are all arranged. They look ugly, but they should be functional. Excuse me. Run this test. It's going to fail, and make sure it fails the correct way. Right, it doesn't think that there is any hint required that the inventory of the container changed. So let's improve on that. So in the executor, when we modify, so on ECS mod, actually, is this test for modify? Yeah, it's modify. Okay, so we're modifying a component. All right, it's the full. Where do we do full versus? Actually, it doesn't matter, does it? Because I moved it into here. Right, so we just need to add a new case here for container. Else if item is container. I suppose what I want to do is collect. I want to see if any players are interacting with it, so I need to get the container component, right? Oh, I already have it. We already have it here. So, seeing as how we already have... No, wait a minute. No, I don't want the container component. I want the look component. So, with entity component of type look for the container entity look component. I think what I want to do is turn it into a set. In fact, I'm going to make it an unordered set because I don't care about the order. It's going to be a set of player entities, really, that care about the inventory of this container. So, interested players, player entities. Unordered set, is that included? Yes. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll say for size ti, 0i is less than look component get size, because we assume it's an array. If it's not, it will return 0 for get size, and we won't do anything. We'll say interested player entities dot insert. I hate that the tooltip is really impossible to read. Really, I'm inserting the value, right? So the value would be, it'll cast it to an int for me, right? Just look component index I. And then I like to do void in front for an explanation why there's that command. Thank you for that follow. So then we can just do a really quick check. If not interested parties is empty, then at least one player is looking into the container. So we'll have to form the previous inventory. And here it's a little bit different. I have to do it and then place it. Actually, you know what? I can place it once, and then instead of having a player, I can have a players. Yeah, let's do it that way. So let me modify the test a little bit. These tests, starting here, all assume we get back a message called previous inventory with a player. What if I have a players? And this is just all the interested players, right? JSON array. Like that. Then I can encode this once and just turn the unordered set into a JSON array. I like it. Let's do it that way. Players. Players. Ba-da-ba-doo. All of them. This one is the one where it's missing, right? Right, missing. Okay. So we'll do it once, and then I will capture the... Like, I know what I'll do. I'll pass in this whole set to this. I'll just have to modify this to take a set. Or maybe just make a variant of this. Yeah, let me do it this way. We'll globally rename capture previous inventory to capture previous player inventory. Inventory. Done. And then this will be a slightly different method called capture previous container inventory. And instead of passing one entity, we're going to end up passing all of the interested player entities. We still need components. We still need the component that changed. Previous items we still want. Results is still what we want. Okay, so yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so I'm going to want that. So let me put that in the clipboard and we'll go... Actually, I want two things in the clipboard. Let's start with this one. Go to where that is... Hold on. Search first. Then take that into the clipboard. Go to where this is declared. And we're going to add static void paste. And then... Let me just take the entire body. Collapse it. We're looking at the documentation and the arguments first. Record the items in the given containers inventory and add them to the previous inventory of the set given results object along with the list of players interested in receiving this update. Alright, so this is interested player entities. Interested player entities. This is the list of entity identifiers of the players who are interested in receiving updates about this container. Okay, and then previous items is just a cache. That's where we store it. This is not player component. This is container. This is... Why does it say this is player? This should say this is the player. The other one probably had that same typo. Yep. This is the container component of the container whose inventory should be captured. Alright, interested player entities is that... I should also include the container entity number as well, because the subscribers will want to know that as too. Yeah, so let's include that, because that'll be in the message too. Let's put that before interested player entity. So this is container entity. And then this becomes container entity. And then bookmark that because I want to go back to where I had that unordered set and copy it. Where was it? How come I'm not seeing it? Oh, because the line numbers changed. Okay, so it's down here. Here it is. Let's put a bookmark there before I forget. All right, so that goes there, and we don't need to modify it, do we? We don't need to modify it. So const reference to it. And then where that's called, I want to include the container entity. It's just entity, right? All right, good. So here it is. So if we had no previous inventory added, so we're looking if it has container. Oh wait, what did the test? Oh, I need to update these anyway. Yeah, and I need to add the container entity here. In this thing right here. This should be, oh, I already have something called container. Let me use a different word here. Let's make it container being the container entity. And yeah, let's just make this always say inventory. So we'll have to go by if it says container or if it says player. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I'll want that line most. That's the most useful one to put in the clipboard because I can do that and just type inventory there. Paste and put inventory. So here's again where I'm paying the cost for not refactoring this first. Inventory. Another way to look at it is maybe I should have just done one test, finish it, and then add the other tests that are slightly different. Okay, so if we find it, we don't need to report it again, right? So if that is container entity, otherwise we're adding, container is container entity, and we're going to want to fill a players with an array. So we'll construct that in a second. Initially make it empty, and in inventory, oh, why am I, this was a funky way of doing it before. Let me change this. I don't like getting the size -1. So the alternative is to say I do const auto and then move it in. I think I can. So this would be what have we got? New report. New report. New report is this. And then yeah, right. That would go here. And then we would add this last. I think I was concerned about getting references and then moving the container of it. That's probably why I was being careful here. But I don't think I need to. I think I can standard move this in after I capture these references. So this auto here can just be new report inventory. And I also want to capture players. Is players. So yeah, I'm concerned that once I move that in, will these references get invalidated? I don't think so, because the way these references are collected. Can I control click that to get to there? No. That would be in value.cpp operator index for a key here where it's non-const. It goes into this object value, so that doesn't change. It's just this holding this impl changes. Actually, the impl doesn't even change, so it's totally safe. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you today? All right, so we're making a new report. We're getting references to these parts of it. We're adding this to the list. And I need to rename this one. It's not previous inventory for player. It's previous inventory for container. Right. You're very good. I'm glad. Old inventory is not player component anymore. Oh, this isn't player component. This is container component. Oops. I went too far. Back to the last change. Just those two. Okay. Container component. So it's key container inventory is the old inventory. And then this part is the same. So I could probably refactor this out. Why is this not working? Const value. Oh, that's a const value? It's not. Why does it say it's const? It's possible, Cthulhu. You might have a loot box drop from a boss, and maybe it's a PvP encounter with a boss in it, and you'd have all the players both rushing to the chest to try to be the first to take the loot out, and then they might be fighting over the loot at the same time, so who knows? I wanted to leave that possibility open, that more than one player might be told about the contents of a container changing, so you can see the loot as it's stolen out from under you. Why is this assignment not allowed? Operand types are const JSON value equals int. I think that this is bogus. This should just still work. Oh, is it because of this as being const? That might be true. Yeah, that's what it was. So it needs to be auto. Wait a minute. Yeah, the report is auto, even though I removed it in. Oh, because the types of these become const if that is const. That's why. All right, got it. I think I got it, only this, the body of this could totally be refactored and shared between these two functions. Do I want to do that? That would probably be a smart thing to do, wouldn't it? Like, capture previous inventory. Yeah, so capture previous inventory without player or container in it. Okay, let me do that. So it's like a subset of this function that's shared between those other two. Capture previous inventory, and then just nail it down to just this part here. Just that for loop. So that means we'll need the old inventory. Do we need components anymore? Yes. Do I need player component? No, I don't need that. So I need this one though. We need previous inventory. We need old. What's the difference between old and previous? I don't know. Bad names. Old inventory is what is in the player component. What's previous inventory? So that's part of the report. Okay, so let's give these names. Old inventory is just inventory. And then previous inventory for player is report. Okay, so that's the mutable part. So we'll have I don't think results is needed anymore. Maybe we'll repurpose that. So this is report. And then inventory is also a JSON object, but it's not, but it's constant, so I can use that. I don't think I need player entity. So we're dropping that one. Previous items, I do need that one. Okay, so these are all the parameters I want, I think. Components, inventory, previous items. So inventory is instead of player component. So this is the array within the, this is the array holding the inventory being captured. We dropped player entity, kept previous items. This is report. This is where the report of the inventory is will be stored. Right, so that is an object. Hold on, what is this previous? Oh, this is. Oh, this, so this is more than the, so this is the object containing the list of items. This is, yeah, okay, that's fine. Record the items in the given inventory and add them to the given report object. Yeah, exactly. Components, inventory, previous items, cache, report. Okay, I think that's good. Then I can just reuse this right here. So this is capture previous inventory. The components is components. The inventory is old inventory. The item cache is previous items, and the report is previous inventory for player. And then all of this for loop goes away. All right. And let's remove the word old, because we don't like old things. We like current things. Okay, and then this for loop is replaced. Again, removing old. It's components. So this, the only difference here is previous inventory for container. And then we're done. Okay then. And then this monster function is called whenever a container is touched. Oh, I didn't fill in the interested parties, did I? That's going to be broken. Okay. I got it right here, but I never did anything with it. Let's do something with it. Right here, we can do it. Hey there, post. How are you doing? So I'm going to need to take this unordered set and turn it into an array. So that's not that hard, right? We can just say for const auto interested player entity in interested player entities players.add interested player entity. Done. All right. So yeah, I'm working. If you haven't been here the whole stream, I'm working on completing this feature where we can move things in and out of containers. So I'm walking around here. There's some cool fireworks in this chest here. This is the chest's inventory, and I moved it into my inventory, but it looks like I cloned the item. Really what happened is if I walk away and come back, it's not there anymore. It's just we didn't get told that it got removed. We got told it showed up in our inventory, but we weren't told that it was removed from the box. Similar thing is where if I move it into the box, it's like, oh, where'd my fireworks go? They're in the box, we just weren't told that they moved there. And I'm fixing that little problem. So the whole thing that you're seeing, if you have never been here before, there's a about 2-minute long video that explains what my stream is all about. But I'm working on this game. Hey there, Alant. How are you doing? Working on this game that I'm going to update that game command because I learned yesterday a more appropriate term for the genre of game I'm doing is called a MUD. It is a multi-user dungeon. Multiplayer real-time virtual world, usually text-based, combining elements of role-playing games, hack and slash, player versus player, interactive fiction, and online chat. This, like, to a T, describes what I'm trying to make. My MUD is based on... Not based on. Be more correctly said, it's inspired by Ultima 4 and 5, which were games that I played when I was a kid that I was really into. So... in addition to what you'd have in a MUD where you have mostly text-based story, there's going to be a little bit of graphics sort of representing your worldview. Like I'm in this dark area. There's some ugly-looking slimes on the other side of this channel of water. It's a good thing the water's there. As a GM, I can go through things and I won't be attacked. But as a normal player... Where's my normal player view? Right here. I can't cross the water. There won't let me. I have to go all the way around. And this is a work in progress. The game is built on an engine that's all custom made that I've been working on for about a year. The engine isn't complete, but there are some things in here, like there's limited combat. I can get my butt kicked by these slimes if I want, or I can choose to fight back. Who will win? I think the slime's going to win. Okay, I'm dead. Respawn, I live again. I'm going to escape. So various aspects of the engine still under construction. You can log into my game. The production version of this is live, but there's not much to do there because the engine isn't complete. This hasn't been pushed into production yet, so you can't equip items yet. There will be other missing things. There's bugs. Perfect time to come in, Raz. You get the explanation. The intro spiel. So feel free to ask me questions. I'm working on the feature today where I can now look into this chest and see there's fireworks there, and I want to make sure that the contents of the chest are updated as on the screen as they are in the game. Right now they're not, so I have to hit escape and look again and see, okay, now it's empty. Oh, you came in right when I died? Well, right now, since it's a test game, I just said, well, you can just respawn by hitting the 2 key. In the real game, it might be a bit more complicated. You might have to go back to the previous checkpoint or something. Or maybe you can resurrect in place, but it costs you a lot of money or something like that. Or maybe you have to wait until another player comes by and resurrects you. Who knows? Like in World of Warcraft, you could either sit there waiting to be resurrected, or maybe you choose to incur a huge debuff penalty for an hour, like you're weak for an hour if you escape, or you know, release your spirit and get back to your body, and maybe your armor gets damaged, or maybe you lose some items. Who knows? It's up to me to do this. So yeah, I'm just finishing this feature where interested players that are looking at the contents of containers are notified when their contents change. Oh yeah, did you guys know Nui is actually an AI which knows how to interpret Git commands, but good is not a command, so... Or Git is not a command. Wait a minute, you should say that good is not a command. Did you mean Git commit or something? Alright, so the main game server is built mostly in C++, and so this is a peek into a tiny portion of the game server. The part that is making changes to the game and feeding back to subscriber subsystems of the game information about what changed. So this is we're capturing previous inventory so that we can see what's the diff, or just transmit the entire new inventory whenever we see this message. We do a little bit of both because we also want to see like if items are created or destroyed. I haven't finished doing that, but right now it thinks I obtained the sword if I put it here, and I lose it if I equip it. I still haven't updated that. All right, so I built this. I'm ready to run my tests for it, right? Go up, we're up of that up to the top of the area that I was working on, and sometimes if the IDE forgets where my tests are, and I have to hit that reload button. But it doesn't take too long to find them and run them again. Okay, that one's passing now. That's good. How about this one? Good. Test is passing. This one's failing. Okay, so what is the difference? Okay, we expected... Oh, for previous inventory, we're expecting to see container 3 had a fidget spinner player 4 was interested in. Instead, we got null. Okay. Oh, this is when the item is... Okay, we haven't implemented this one yet. That should fail. So this should also fail too, right? I have not implemented the part where if you change something about the item, but you don't actually move it around, it should tell you about it. Like if suddenly someone took half of the gold pieces from a chest, you should see the number drop in half, and that's not working. So that would be, that's for item, right? So if the type is item, right, we're looking to see if it's a player holding the item, then we're going to capture the player's previous inventory. So I have to change this, right? I have to, it's either, let's call it holder entity. Holder entity, which might be a player. So we will, let's do it twice. One for if it's a player and one for if it's a container. If it's a container, then we need to do previous container inventory. You know what I'm thinking about doing is moving that completely into that. Because I need the exact same code. So I will, yeah, why don't I just do that? Yeah, there's no reason not to. Put this directly into this function. So this jumps to where? This right here. So, yeah, we can just see, does anyone care about this container? If not, then we just don't do anything. So container entity goes here. We're looking at the look component of the container. That has a list of which players are actually looking into the container. And then we're inserting... Why is this red squiggly here? Oh, because this is still an argument. I need to remove it. All right, drop it. Drop that. All right. And then we're good. And I should have that early return, right? So where... Okay, I don't need that one. Okay, where this was called. here. This had this early return here. So that is actually removed. We do that, drop this argument, go back here, do an early return here. If interested parties is empty, return. There we go. Okay, so then I don't need, yeah, so this is fine. So now it's container component, container entity, and we're good, right? I think so. Let's see if it passes my test. Git is written in lowercase. Oh, so NUI is not only an artificial intelligence running commands, NUI is also a Linux artificial intelligence, which is case sensitive. All right. Oh, it forgot where my tests are. Refresh that. Got him? Yeah, got to capitalize Git correctly. Oh, so that was it, right? That failed before. Sweet. So it's working. So this component of the game is now operating correctly for letting us know when containers change. So I need to go now one level up. The subscriber to this subsystem is called the coordinator, and that takes the feedback, this previous inventory feedback, and it's going to look through this list and say, okay, I need to tell those players that the container used to have these things in it. And it's going to have to look up, well, what is the new count? What is the new inventory? And then construct that and send that to the players that are interested in the container. Yeah, okay, so that's the next part. But let me check this in so I don't get my Git changes confused between executor and coordinator. So this is the executor part of it. So executor, send feedback about containers changed. So report previous inventories of containers affected by ECS changes when players are looking at the containers. If a container isn't being looked at, we don't care, because like a tree falls in the forest, no, doesn't make a sound, not in my game, because that would be inefficient. We only make a sound if someone's listening. So we only make a report of a previous inventory if someone was watching. All right, so the coordinator is broken up into many subsystems, and one of them is the ECS, and probably the ones that talk about things being moved. I guess I'll just go here and look for the word previous inventory. And how many times is that hit? 4 times. So which tests are these? Inventory published and item pickup message sent when changed. So what are we doing in this test? Why is that empty? That's weird. Huh? Why is this here at all? I don't get that. It looks like what I'm supposed to do here is say the inventory was empty, pick up the fidget spinner. So the previous inventory will be or it doesn't matter. It should say here's your inventory. It now has a fidget spinner in it. You obtained a fidget spinner. So why is this code here, which is erasing the player's inventory? Was this just like, was I just tired when I wrote this? I don't know what I was doing here. Oh, I know what I was doing, and I didn't write it down. We wanted to make sure the coordinator didn't look at the details of the command. So let me make a comment here. Note: we purposefully keep the key delta section empty to ensure the coordinator does not look there for information to build the messages sent back to the client. Okay, that wasn't obvious reading the code. I had to figure that out. Why is anything here, really? Why is anything here? That's very philosophical. The reason is 42. So I think I just want the same. I want a similar test to this. I'll just take this test exactly and make a new one at the bottom. And yet again, this test fixture is too big. We need to refactor at some point, but not right now. A container. I'll just be explicit. Container inventory published and item pickup message sent when item taken from container. It's a long test name, I know. My apologies. Sometimes I like long names for tests. In recompense, let me make a comment here. This test to make sure that when a player takes an item out of a container and places it in their personal inventory, this test this test to make sure that the player is told about a container's inventory being changed when they take an item out of that container and place it in their inventory. There we go. Now we can read that, and that explains it. Okay. So I need to introduce a container here. I like fidget spinners, so I'm going to put the fidget spinner in a container and pull it out of it. Container inventory. Create component of type container, container entity, and it has a container inventory. Also need to make sure that we establish a relationship between the player and the container. So we're going to skip the player actually, no, I'm going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. Paste component of type look. But the container will have, let's put that on another line. This one has the player entity in it. And then when we flip those, the container is listed in the player's look component. All right, so this establishes that if the player is looking at the container, this is that the player has nothing in their inventory. The container, I need to put the fidget spinner in the container's inventory. Let's put it not there, actually. Let's put it in the third slot. The fidget spinner sitting in the container's third inventory slot. Player doesn't have anything. The act is to modify the player to say their inventory changed, and then simultaneously that the container changed to have the the container changed as well. And the coordinator is supposed to look mostly, not purely. It's going to see the fact that the action. Actually, I think all it really cares is that the action is an ECX action, and then the command is an ECS command, and that part of the feedback is to provide the previous player and container inventories. My stream froze? Oh. Let's see, did I lose any frames? I did not drop any frames. Well, hopefully your computer's okay. All right. Yeah, this is this really needs to be refactored, right? Yeah, so we're gonna right before we right as part of pretending to do it, we're gonna modify the player's inventory and the container's inventory. I guess we're doing that first, really. That means these should be swapped. Not that it matters. Oh, Nui. Container inventory. Container. So it gets removed there and placed. Actually, I'd rather let's put it in the first slot this time. I don't have a command for that. What should the command be? Should be like an Adams channel? Should the bot be like raising a threatening hand? Okay, the container doesn't have the item, the player now does, so this is the key. The previous inventory has to say the player didn't have anything in their inventory, but the container did. So this is container, and this will have this. How do we report when it's added? Title to mud? I don't know. What do you think, Toulouse? I don't know if people know the term mud. I didn't really expect people to know that term. That's why I keep referring back to the Wikipedia article. Like crud. Yeah, they might see mud and say, I don't care. I don't want to see a stream about mud. I'll probably just keep it saying MORPG because technically it is. But then when people ask what kind of MORPG, I could say it's a mud type, multi-user dungeon. Maybe I'll put that in the command. Probably put it in the game command or something like that. They should get cultured. Well, I mean, if everyone says that they understand what it means. I want to bookmark here. I want to find where do we report a non-empty inventory? Oh, there we did. Is that all it has in it? It's type and quantity right now? Okay. I think I'm going to need to change that, though, because we might have items that have the same name but different types in the future. Okay, so now we have a fidget spinner, or we had a fidget spinner in the inventory, and now we don't. There's one of it, yeah. And it should say you obtained one. It's in your inventory now. Where do we place it? I place it in the first spot, so these need to be swapped. And then there should be another message, shouldn't there? The I forget what the okay, where did I put the bookmark? There should be one here. Don't need that one. The message for telling you that there's something in the container. What was that? Is that just inventory? Actually, we can just find it in a game or server messages. Inventory. No. So it's somewhere else. Oh, I remember this. I haven't added it yet. There's a begin container interaction, and that has the inventory of the container, but there's no update container interaction, is there? So that's what I want then. I want update container interaction, new inventory, null. It's been taken out of the box. There's no equipment. Right? You obtained one. Correct. I'm just going to go with this for now. This is a pretty complex test that's testing two different updates, player's inventory and container's inventory at the same time, but it is relevant, a relevant use case. So find it. That did sound, well, did it? Get cultured, get good. Is that a meme? All right. Failed. What we see is that it showed up in our inventory and we don't know about the box that it came from. Oh, did I set up the, I did set up the relationship between them. Yeah, okay, so it should be given an update already. All right. So updating the code. This is in the ECS implementation here. So this will be, again, on ECS executed. This one. Right, so we have if there's a previous inventory, and we're was this caching it by entity? Oh, here we have to be careful. It could be either a player or a container. So I should have two maps then? What do I use this for? Oh. Okay. So I'm really pulling it out into a map when I do that, and then as I'm iterating through all the players, we can see are any of them to be given a report, and then send them what changed. Okay, so what does that technically do? Send them their current inventory and see what changed. Oh, right, here's the obtained and lost thing. Okay. And this doesn't work right now with equipment slots. That's one bug, right? It's only looking at inventory slots. Yeah. Okay. So something similar to this. Actually, no. I only need this part, right? This part is to generate these chat messages only. Yeah. It's only used for that. So I only need that, the equivalent of that, but for the container. Okay. But I want to know for every, I need to know two things. Which players care about which containers, and then for each container, what is the current inventory? All right, that's what I want. So I want two levels here. Quantities, I don't need to do that then. Oh, back. So technically, I really don't even need the previous containers inventory at all. I just need to know the current inventory. So where do we get that from? Oh, it gets it directly from the components. Okay, well, then I really just need to know what players care about what containers. So that's standard unordered. If I'm already going to have a map from player, why don't I just make a custom structure here? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay, see you, Toulouse. Dinner already? Is it 2:19 already? Wow, it's been 3 hours. Time flies. I need to make sure I don't go over stream today. So I have another 40 minutes. With some margin. All right. 40 minutes to get somewhere. I have to do another 40-minute drive myself later today. I do about 2 hours of driving every day. Because I'm a stay-at-home dad and do all the shuttling of kids to and from school and stuff. All right. Yeah, so have a good dinner. Thank you for being here. It didn't really fly? It did for me. I'm having fun. I'm sorry that it didn't for you, though. Kind of dragging on for everyone else. I'm sorry. Okay, this I want to put into a structure of some kind. I'm not... It's only used locally, so I can just declare it locally. Struct... inventory... what do we want to know? Inventory or inventory info. Inventory update info. There we go. And then let me change this name. This is inventory update info by player entity. Okay, and then this is just one thing in it, so that is what to name it. This is previous inventory, right? And then I want to have unordered set of what containers. Oh, you know, I also want to pre-generate all the container messages too. So I'll need 2 data structures. So this will be unordered set. Do I have an unordered set included? Yes, I do. Unordered set of interesting containers. So that goes there. Really, I should say auto. This is a long name. This is an absurdly long name. That dot previous inventory equals, and then leave it at that, right? And that's if previous inventory element dot has player. Then do this. If it has container, do something else. Containers of interest. It's containers of interest, but also the previous inventory of that player, which I should initialize to null pointer, because otherwise I'm going to be in big trouble. What if I just reduce it to update info? So this to update info, slightly smaller. And do I need to say player entity, or can I just say by player? Update info by player and entry, previous inventory. Yeah, okay, that's better. Okay, so if it's a contain, okay, I need another data structure. So that's unordered map from int to JSON value, and this is container announcements. So we're building that out of this. So we're extracting out the container entity, and then we're also extracting out the interested players, right? Interested players. I think it's called interested players, but I don't remember what I put. Oh, did I not put that in here? I didn't put that in there. Okay, I'm missing that. That needs to go there. That's from the executor. Oh, it's just players. Okay. All right. That should go there, because we want to say that the player entity is interested in receiving that message. Otherwise, it's not going to be reported to that player. Seems clear to you to call it containers of interest instead of interesting containers? But that's longer. Oh, no, wait a minute. It's 1 character shorter. Okay. containers of interest. There we go. No. They're containers that are interesting to players. Containers of interest to the player. That's fine. So, interested players is players, but it's not an int. I have to build a set out of this, or I can just iterate. It's probably better to iterate. Okay, this is a reference then. Don't convert to an integer. Do for size t j. J is less than interested players get size plus j. So this is after I've constructed the message out of this I'm not going to actually use that inventory. I'm just going to construct it here. So it's like this. So container announcement auto equals container announcements. Spell it correctly. And this is container entity. And then I'm going to build it. You got a reference to it. I can construct it. So where was the code that did this? This inside here, I want a similar thing. I want to make something called not send, but actually, what am I doing? What am I doing? I can just directly assign to that. That equals make container announcement. And I don't need a WebSocket. I need just the container component, which I don't have yet. That's it, right? Actually, would it look better if I did that? Add another parentheses there. I like that better. Hey there, steampunk programmer. How are you doing? Observer states, yeah. So in this case, okay, my chat just crashed again. It's always when I say hi to people. So in this case, the observer is a player. Where's my player screen? This one here. I'm observing the contents of this box. When I place these fireworks in the box, I want to know that they arrived in the box. So the player is observing the container, and that's what I'm working on right now. Is there is a relationship established between the player and the container. It's called the look interaction. So if we know that if the container knows the player is looking at it, then the code behind the container can say, "Oh, fireworks just got placed in my inventory. So let me let the observer player know that there's something in there." So it should do the equivalent of me leaving the box and coming back and saying, "Oh, there's my fireworks." And yeah, hi. So same thing, if I take the fireworks out, it should publish the fact that there is no more fireworks in the box, so it would disappear. So Steampunk, someone in chat the other day enlightened me to the fact that MUD is a really good description of what I'm doing. Multiplayer real-time virtual world, use a text base with elements of role-playing, hacking / player versus player, interactive fiction, and online chat. So that describes what I'm doing to a T. But question I have in general is, do people know what that means? If I put that in my stream title, would people know that I'm working on a multiplayer real-time virtual world, or would they think that it's an IRL stream of me rolling around outside in the mud? It's a mud stream. They're old enough? Yeah, maybe. I'm thinking of saying it's an MORPG, and then when they ask what kind or more about it, then I say it's a multi-user dungeon, or MUD. So M.U.D? Yeah, it might work. Because then they'll ask, what does that stand for? And I'll say multi-user dungeon. MUD RPG? There you go. They'd get that. Because they'd see RPG and they're like, okay, role-playing game. Then what is the MUD? Okay, multi-user dungeon. Yeah. Might people get more interested? Okay. Sounds good to me. So I need this function now. Let's just assume that that exists. So I create the announcement here, and I just want to update this set, don't I? Yeah. So I want to go to previous. No, update info by player, and go to interested players J, and then say containers of interest, insert container entity. Like that, right? And then we don't care about what insert returns. So do a void. And that's really long. What if I do that? Would that upset people? Kind of upsets me. I don't really know how to indent that properly. I'll just leave it like that. Like, what is that? 90s commercial music sounds playing. I need to have some retro music for my game, don't I? Retro music soundtrack. Some like chip tunes kind of thing that you can only make with pure tones. Okay. So this doesn't exist yet. I kind of want to put it near this other method. Where is it? Send player inventory delta. Calls this. I kind of want to put it here because it's going to be similar. In fact, I'd probably reuse some of this stuff. We are reusing encode item heavily, right? Why do I have it inside of an if? Oh, because we have to do that if we're going to iterate. Yeah, I remember this now. Okay. So yeah, let me just put it here. I'm going to have to declare it too, right? Yeah. Void. This in front. And then, what was the argument to that? It's just the component itself. Yeah, okay. Const JSON object, no value. Container component. And it actually has to return a JSON value. So let me put the declaration of this in the right place. So go to where that's declared. Paste it here. Oh, I forgot to write the comments for that one. I'd rather put this above the other, actually. And then just declare it. And then remove this prefix. And yeah, I'm going to put this above the other one. Right there. Am I using JavaScript or TypeScript for React? I'm just using JavaScript. Whoops. So this being the front end. So for example, the what's a good example? When this select tile, this React component, looks like tile select modal. So whatever this direction mask is, these props here. The only two things weird potentially about the fact that I'm writing it this way, it's in JavaScript. Okay, there are three. It's not TypeScript. I am using React Redux to connect it to Redux. So I'm getting props and dispatch from Redux. And then I'm using React hooks. So any local state is I'm using these hooks instead of making the React component a class. So that's the kind of React components I'm making. Using React hooks, hooking up with Redux, and it's not using TypeScript. So I had a TypeScript explanation about why I don't use it. It's because I'm new to JavaScript also, relatively. At some point I'll probably pick up TypeScript, but I didn't want to have to pick up too many things at once. I'm pretty comfortable with React now. I could probably start learning TypeScript. So yeah, maybe soon you'll see me making new components in TypeScript React. Although to be honest, whenever someone says to be honest, they're not going to be honest. So anyway, I don't know if I'm really that bought into using TypeScript. You like it, but you never use it? Is it the same thing where you're not truly bought into the reasons why to use it? Because I'm not. I have to admit that. I haven't bought into to what's the advantage to using it. People say, oh, well, it'll catch bugs related to types and number of arguments. Thing is, I hardly ever have those bugs. It could be because the front end of my game right here is actually pretty basic in terms of the overall application. Most of the code is on the server. This is really just a user interface thin client to the server. So if I have bugs here, they're almost 95% chance they are going to be user interface related, and I'll see it. So if I see it, I'll just fix it, right? When you start using it for real, you want to never go back? Maybe. And hello there, Frizzy. Oh, some hellos that I forgot. Dalek asked about TypeScript and React, and Simo, who said something before my chat client reset. So let me just have to manually type the hello. Simo. There we go. Hello. Okay. Yeah, so we're making a container announcement. So it's based off of what the test requires. The test requires that I have what? Just an array of objects. Yeah, and the objects have to have this in it. So it's actually pretty basic, right? Maybe I reuse it in SendPlayer inventory, so it's just a part of this, right? Oh, yes. It's exactly what I want. It's this part, right? Is inventory the same way? Hold on. It is. Internally it is. So yeah, this will help me refactor this code too. See how it says invalid, whoops, invalid there? Ooh, I really confused it. This checked for an invalid item, it's also here. That's because this is common code I should have put. This is it right here. This is the code I want. I want that here. And then we're going to return the inventory, right? Okay, so this is that. Oh, wait. It's a little bit more. There's a little bit of translation. Let's change this from make container announcement to something else. We'll say make inventory announcement. Replace it everywhere. Then this is no longer the container component. This is the inventory. It's just the inventory, and then I'll make, hold on. Let's not change it there. Let's change this one first. This is, I don't want to change it there, though. I hate it when it's doing multiple select. Let's just put an X there. A little hack. So I don't select that. Call this one announcement. Then put that back to inventory. Okay, so this is inventory. And that goes there. So we're making the announcement, which is an array. And we're going through the inventory one slot at a time. Getting the entity out. If it's 0, we add a null pointer placeholder and continue. Otherwise, we're encoding the item. If it's null, that means that the item is damaged in the database, and so we're going to say it's invalid. Okay, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a prefix here as a required argument. What am I going to call this? Diagnostic prefix. And put that there. And then remove that, and then I is the slot number, right? Comma. And then the player won't see it. The server will get an error message. Okay, that works. So I need to add that. Hold on. This, search for that, please. Take this part and, oh, we just got a text. Oh, cool. Mrs. Reimer is going to take over one of the chores that I got today. Isn't she nice? Should I say chat thanks you too? That means I could probably stream more. Otherwise, yeah, I'd have to stop in like 20 to 30 minutes. So I can actually go more since Mrs. Raimu has taken over the chore. So here, what would the diagnostic prefix be? It would be container blah inventory, right? So string extensions printf container and then the entity number, which is a decimal. Actually, that's all I need to say. And then it is container entity. And I chose to make that the second argument, didn't I? There we go. Okay. Whoa, why is this not right? Oh, I never actually fetched it. Right, so to fetch it, I need to do a lookup. Where am I doing? Here's where I do a lookup. I need to look up the contain... Oh, wait a minute. No, we already have it, don't we? We do not. So I need to look it up. So, actually, we can just do it at this point. Look up the container component of the container entity. If we find it, do all this stuff. And then one of the things we do, we get the interested players. We don't actually need that until down here. So yes, so if we were told about a container had a previous inventory and the container no longer exists, we're not going to do anything. Actually, wait a minute. If I destroy a container you're looking at, what happens? Irish John, welcome. Arr, we being boarded. We're being boarded, avasti, matey. How are you doing today, Irish? What's up? Hey there, fresh meat. What up, Irish John? Your booty or your life? My booty is in this container. What's in that container, actually? I'll put the booty in there, okay? Okay? There, the booty's in that chest, so it's all yours. I'm working on container interactions today. I added containers, so treasure chest. There's where me gold be stored. And working on completing the feature, which is that if I'm moving things to, like, if I move away from the container, we can't see into it, so I have to go back and look into it. There's a missing feature right now where I can take me gold. I can take me gold out, but it doesn't look like it was actually removed from the container until I walk away and come back and see that it's not there anymore. Similarly, if we put me gold back into the Yar Avasti treasure chest, it looks like the gold vanished until I walk away and look back. So it's a publish subscribe thing that I had to put in place. So we have to know that a player is looking into a treasure chest, and then if that treasure chest changes in some way, we go to all the players looking at the chest and say, here's the new contents of the treasure chest. So that should keep it updated. So I'm working on that today. Get them doubloons. 355 pieces of 8. Chests, bags, any kind of storage container in the game would qualify as something we might have inventory slots in. So it could also be when you are trading with another player, you would see the trading platform or whatever, your side of it, you could drop items in there, and then when the trade is completed, then you can take items out of it. So anything that we put items into or out of, exchanging them between your equipment or your general inventory and something else in the world, that's the mechanic we're doing today. So this is a custom game engine for those who haven't been here before. The intro to the stream is there. The game engine still under development, but I do have a production system live you can play around with. It's just got test content in there. So yeah, we're up to the feature set building where we're at, where I want to have treasure chests in the game. I'm like, okay, well, I have to define what that means. It's something that can hold other items, and I'm having to add the missing mechanics to the engine. And I was recently told of a really good way to describe this kind of a game. It is a MUD. Multiplayer, real-time virtual world, usually text-based with role-playing, hack and slash PvP, interactive fiction, online chat. So that's the kind of game that I'm working on. It is inspired by Ultima 4 and 5, so it's very primitive graphics that I can actually draw reasonably well, maybe. But most of the other aspects of the game are going to be text-based, so there's going to be dialogue. Whenever you interact with something in the game, you'll have to read something, that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's that kind of game that I'm working on. And all new custom engine. It's multiplayer, so it's fun. That's what we're working on. So I'm in the nitty-gritty details of how do we tell the player that something in the box that they're looking at changed. So this is when we get a hint from the command execution part of the game that some inventory changed. We're going to look and see, well, is there any container announcements we have to make? If a container is mentioned as being changed, we look and we make an announcement about the inventory of the container as it is now, and then we're going to loop through all the players that are interested in that container and tell them about it down here, but I haven't written that part yet. I was just about to. Okay. We're storing the announcement in a common place because more than one player might care about it. So the last thing would be down here. Oh, wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Oh, the name. Oh, this got changed, right? Update info now has a previous inventory in it. So this is previous. It's second dot previous inventory. There we go. Fixed it. Hey there, Hideo. Ready to play to fix? Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, I got another crash after the second, but I figured you were on the case. If you guys don't know, the chat client I use is called Yada, made by Hideo, who just chatted. It's pretty sweet. It's especially useful if you want to watch Twitch without using Twitch's main web interface. So you can combine Yada with, say, VLC that is pulling the stream from the source. I don't know how to set that up, but there are ways to do that so that you can basically avoid using Twitch's web interface completely. And chat clients like Yada and others are indispensable there, because otherwise you'd have to at least go to Twitch to get the chat, even if you had just the video portion. So yeah, I hope whenever I run into a bug with it, since Hideo was really excellent at fixing them, I try to make a bug report. And Hideo, I made the bug report live on stream today. So you can actually, if you cared, you could go back into the VOD and see how quickly and how well I construct those bug reports. No one would have thought to remove all emotes while accessing them was not a good idea. That's okay. Mistakes always happen with programming, right? I might be guilty of a few mistakes programming myself, you know, although I wouldn't want to admit it. How do you make a pound TV? Oh, did I make a TV? No, I just went through, I clicked the button that says report and reload, and it popped up the GitHub, and so I'm like, okay, I'll just type it out right now, and I just did it on stream. And complete with those screenshots. Okay, making inventory announcement is stored here. Okay, see you too, bud. Thanks for being here. Okay, so when we're down in here and we actually get an entry. Oh, here's where I want to be careful. If that's null, I don't want to do that. So only if this is not null. Come on, shift key. If it's not null, then we're going to report it. If it's null, then they probably just want to know about the container. So after that, we're going to check if they're interested in any containers. Right, containers of interest. So if containers of interest is not empty. Actually, why don't we just loop through them? So for const auto containers of interest entry in update info by player entry second.containers. So long names. This is the perfect time for you to be here, Hideo. You can witness my absurdly long variable names and the abysmal depths into which my code indents. Look at that. Isn't that impressive? It's a full 40 characters I've indenting. Hideo hates long variable names. Or do I have that backwards? Is it Adam who hates long variable names and you love them? I can't remember. The const auto container entity equals that entry dot or arrow. How come it's not telling me what that is? It's an int. Oh, it's just an int. Okay, so it's just container entity. For every container entity, I'm going to want to look through the container announcements and fetch that JSON value and then form a message. So container announcements is the next step. So const auto container announcement entry equals container announcements dot find container entity. And then to do another check, right? If that is not equal to that dot end, then const auto announcement equals container announcements entry dot arrow second, and then I gotta make the announcement. So that's kind of what this does. I do basically what this does. I send this kind of a thing. So back here, I'm gonna go to the WebSocket for the player, which is client first. Client.first, send a message, type update container interaction. Woohoo! And then this is announcement. There we go. Why did that not work? That should just be a reference. Did I not I misspelled it. All right. Are we still going? Yep. Okay. Things got really quiet. Always makes me nervous. That should pass my test unless I miss something, which happens frequently. Let's see if I pass the test. So back here in the test, hopefully it remembers. No, it doesn't remember the test, so I gotta refresh, reload the tests. I think it's because I have just a super large set of tests. Whenever I compile that, it forgets where those tests are. Okay, it's not working. Oh, it got a null for inventory. It knew that I obtained a fidget spinner. It shows it in my inventory. There's just no updated container inventory. Okay, so did I not store it? That's possible. It's possible I never bothered to store it. No, there's where I stored it. Oh, this is wrong. It's not container component. It's container component. Key component container inventory. There. Which language is it? It's C++. But don't write C++ like I do. I have really bad habits. When you write your C++, don't indent this far, and try not to use lambda functions like this. I have some really bad habits, but I get it. I get stuff working. It's just I haven't developed good habits to clean up the code and make it readable. So I have to give you that disclaimer. This is C++, but this is probably not how you want to write your code. I'm working to take huge, long functions like this and break them up into smaller pieces. I'm just not very good at it yet. But elements of C++ you might recognize here are, this is how you do a for loop through a collection. So if this thing refers to a vector, list, map, set, anything that's a collection that you can iterate through, you do a for, and then you have the collection inside the parentheses on the right of the colon, and then on the left you give a name to your variable, and you either give a type or you let it figure it out with auto. And you can decorate the type with const and reference. Const means you don't want to change it. Reference means you don't want to copy. Auto means figure out the type for me. I do that a lot because I can just hover my mouse over here and it says, oh, well, the type is a pair of consisting of a WebSocket and a client record. I'm like, sounds good to me. So the client second is a client record, and the player ID is a field in the client record that says if the user has authenticated as a player, the player's identity is stored here. So it's C++, but it's C++ 11. So if you've used C++ in the past, like C++ 98 and before that, the auto keyword meant something different, and they didn't have this ranged for loop. You'd have to do something like you do for int I equals 0, I is less than the container's length, plus plus I, or whatever. This is a little bit newer C++. And this construct is new as well. This is how you make a function object. So it's a pretty wrapper for a class, an instance of a class that captures. That's what this means, is that you're capturing. This is a shorthand for saying capture anything that we use, like any variables that we use inside of here. If they are not defined inside here, capture them from the context where we define this in by reference. So I think in this case, this update info by player is declared way at the top here. It's an unordered map. So when we reference it here, it's implicitly captured by reference. If I collapse and just show you how I'm using it, I'm calling a function called with, which is a member of an object with this. It's called players. It's inside of something called profile, which we reach through another variable called impl. That thing is an object with a method called with, which is really method is a function attached to an object. This is the object. That's the function. We're calling the function on the object, so it's a method call. It has two arguments. It's got an integer, and it's got a function object. This you might recognize as the visitor pattern. We're saying, this is my convention. When I have like with, it means with that object, call this visitor function. So allow this function to visit the elements or pieces of the overall object. So this players is representing a database of all the players of the game. So we're saying with each player in the game, call this function. Actually, that would be if it's with all. Then it would be with all players. With the function named with, we're saying pick out this player and call this function on that player. You have a year studied Java and you think it's quite hard, but at the same time fascinating, what you can do. You can learn other languages. Yeah, you probably see a lot of similarities between Java and C++, but also a lot of differences. So the way you do function objects, I believe in Java, you would make an anonymous class, right? And you would then just call the class instance. I think that's how you do it. C++ has this newfangled shorthand. This is really just saying, give me a class that has a single function, which is basically the equivalent of calling the object as if it was a function. That's why we call it a function object. And when you call it, these arguments are required. And for any variables not defined inside of that function, capture them from the state where this function was declared. So it's also a closure, if you've heard that word before. It's going to close on all of the variables that we capture in this capture list. And this, again, is shorthand for capture everything you need by reference. It's going to make the closure, the state of that closure is held in that anonymous class instance. Java also has lambdas. It requires the parameter to be an interface, just one method. Okay, so this is shorthand for that. Make an instance of a class with one method, and whenever you call the object, you're calling that method. And it's also a closure. To do this in past C++, you'd have to define a class. You'd have to fill the class's properties or fields with the things that you'd normally capture, like that. And then you'd have to make an instance of that class, and then pass that instance to this function, and that function would have to know, with this instance, you could call it like a function, because it would overload the parentheses operator. So it was quite a mess. This is a lot cleaner now. I recommend if you're learning C++, you learn the latest version. Because although there's a lot of things you can do in the language, the subset that's useful is cleanly expressed. as long as you get past the funny jargon. Like, you just have to recognize when you see square brackets like that, where there's normally a name, that it's basically a function object, and the first thing is specified is the capture list, then the arguments, then the body of the function. The side effect of this sort of unfortunate is you end up indenting a lot, because at least my style, we're basically saying we're in the middle of one function, and then all of a sudden, hey, here's another function. Let me give you the body of that one. And if that one also had a function object in it, each time you're indenting more further and further, and it gets really hard to follow. Also because it's no longer sequential. This line is executed, this line is executed. This line is not executed. We go into, we go into this, but then as a side effect, it might go into here, or it might not. It depends on this function. It could hold on to that function object and never call it. It could call it twice. It could call it later, after this function returns. It becomes really hard to follow, but it's really cool for things like callbacks or for the visitor pattern. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Can you abstract anything out? Probably. That's another weakness I have. I don't abstract enough things out, and so it's something I'm working on. But you certainly can with the language. The language allows you to do a lot of it. There are a lot of abstraction tools in the language that you can use. You can make interfaces. You can make factories, so functions that return other functions. So you can divide up work into different pieces and then rearrange them and abstract things that way. I don't do enough of that stuff. It gets kind of complicated if you don't write it well. Well-written C++ can be read by someone who doesn't know the language. Poorly written C++, although it might be performant, would be unreadable by someone unless they are really advanced at C++. So I guess it depends on your audience. Okay, let me get back to what I was doing. Did I fix the bug? I forgot. Let me get reoriented here. No, the bug is not fixed. Okay, the inventory is correct. Maybe the test is wrong. Yeah, we got a container interaction update. Why is that not? Oh, it's in the wrong order. So it tells us about the container first and then our inventory. I guess that makes sense. So that means the code is working. I just had the order of these messages wrong. The expected message order. This one. Oh no, that is in that order. Is the actual in the wrong order? Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so it puts. I had this ordered last, not first. That goes there. There we go. If option A is greater than option A action, else option B action. Yeah, you can do stuff like that. In fact, you can make option A action a function object, so you can declare all the code, button it up into a variable, and then call that variable later, or store it and call it from somewhere else. So what a function call is an abstraction, because the thing you're calling might be a function, it might be a function object, it might be a template. There's a lot of things it could be. Okay, so I really want this test to pass. If this passes, then I can maybe work on the front end. Okay, cool. This worked. I just need to put this. I need to build the server now and update the front end of the game to understand that new message. That's the wrong window. I make the release build of my game in Visual Studio because it's just convenient. It has the release with debug configuration set up for it. And I reserve Visual Studio Code to be building the debug build for my unit tests. Because they're the ones where I usually see crashes, and when something crashes, you're going to want to hop into the debugger, and then you want it to be a debug build. Okay, going into the front end, the message we want to capture that tells us the inventory change is this update container interaction. So the front end of the game is written in React. It's got a middleware called server messages, where we capture. Basically, we're looking at the type, and we look up in this big lookup table. What function should we call in JavaScript whenever we receive a message that has a type of whatever? So update, I'm trying to keep this in alphabetical order, and I already see a bug. Z comes after T. There, we fixed it. So I'm going to be adding that above these right here. Const that equals dispatch. Actually, what am I doing typing it? I can just do that. So almost every single server message middleware takes the message and then it might do a little bit of extraction of elements from the message or not. But this is just my convention. It's not React. It's where I take the message and I reflect it back to the app so that the fact that it came from the server as a message is abstracted away. Yeah, I'm going to continue streaming until I get this done. Maybe we'll get it done soon. So update container reaction. I'm going to say reflect container updated. And what I really care about is the inventory of the container, right? Message.inventory. So that needs to be defined as an action in Redux. Right here. Under all the reflect actions. Right here. Define action. Reflect container updated. How am I using Redux? It's Redux I use to store all the state in the front end of the game. So what to draw here comes from our Redux store. I'll show you. In our state here, let me pause the recording of it. There will be a container is what to show if we were interacting with the container or not. So I think I put it under session character. Right. So here's their inventory. I have 98 fireworks in slot 1, a certain number of gold. Yeah, 355 gold pieces in slot 1. So that's the storage of that data is in Redux, and React is pulling it out of the Redux store to draw it here. And so all of the actions in Redux change the overall state of the app. The state of the app is divided into sections according to how you define what are called reducers. I've never seen this much data being stored in Redux, so I'm trying to keep this reasonably split. I think I'm doing okay, because at each level I only have upwards of 10 things. This one's getting a little bit complicated. You know, it's not too gross. So like, if I were to have, well, what would I show here? How about if I just walk around and look? So the fact that it said look direction east, that's a chat message, so that will show up in the chat history. Right here. There's now a look direction east there in the chat history. You'll soon reach add-in Redux level where you can't even load the Redux DevTools? Oh no. I hope not. Adam's game, if you haven't heard about, if we want to know who Adam is, check out his stream. He's writing his game completely in JavaScript. For my game, only the user interface front end is in JavaScript, so I'm trying to keep this pretty thin. So hopefully the Redux store really only reflects what you see on the screen and very little else. So every element in here that has game data will be somewhere in the Redux store, but stuff that is empty will be empty here. So they're mostly empty. We just know that we're playing the game. The chat has the chat history and what chat tabs you have. So this is basically what we draw down there. I have this convention that you can edit the tabs. Like if you go to your profile and you say, I want a new tab called foobar, then until you hit the add, that is actually stored under this new tabs somewhere. Oh, no, I have to hit add. Now it should be there. Right, foobar, but it has to remember that we're not actually using that in the game here. We're just, this is our editor. So the editor state is here under new tabs. If I were to hit change profile, then it would go to the game and come back and update here. Or I can just hit reset, and then it's copying from tabs back to new tabs like that. The store in botland is not that big. It's the amount of actions. I have that issue now already. That's why I'm hitting this stop, pause recording thing. Like the particles you see, let's go to where they are. have this test particle system, right? Every time a particle gets launched, we have the message from the game that told us to do that, and then I have a reflect particle, so that alone gets annoying. So when I'm in this area of the game and these are flying through, that gets in the way. So often what I'll do is I'll hit pause recording so I can go back and focus on the message I cared about, like maybe when we were moving and we got teleported, right? That would have been one of these messages. It's actually hard to see because the teleport is not any different than any other received message. I'm going to guess that it's this one. Yes, we shifted 2 squares to the right. The only way that's possible is if we got teleported. Normally in the game, you can only move 1 square at a time. So this must have been a teleport. We moved 2 squares over, and at the same time it tells us, don't draw these things anymore. Move this thing and add these new tiles. So this is, by the way, what the game is telling us how to update what we draw here. So as I move around and things become no longer visible because they're obscured or they're too far away, that is in the form of these are the IDs, the sprites that you don't want to draw anymore. And if I teleport to a new area, it will tell me a whole new list of things to add. So that's how that works. So that's how we use Redux. And right now I'm mostly interested in the Redux store for the inventory, because I want to update when we're interacting with this box down here. And I put something in there, like my chicken. I don't want to lose my chicken. I lost my chicken! Actually, I didn't. The game should have told us about it. It's still in the box. And if I move it back out, it's not a duplicate. It's just here now, and that's empty. So we're working on getting updates to when we're interacting with the container, to remove that kind of frequent dispatch to Balan outside of Redux and record a lightweight version. See, Hideo is just the man. He's really good at this. I am a relative noob. Yeah, we don't want to lose that chicken. So reflect container updated is when a container should show an update. Actually, while I'm working on this built, right? So let me tear down the back end of the game, update the code. So that's update RVS and then serve the code again. And meanwhile, since the game is down, it'll say, oh, connecting. But that's okay. We're working on the code anyway. I want to capture that in the reducer for the inventory of containers. That is reducers, container reducer. Here we go. See, nice and clean. This is what a reducer is. In Redux, it takes the previous state, which starts out as the initial state, and this is, by the way, where you describe the shape of your data store. A reducer essentially does 2 things. It manages a sliver or a fraction of the overall data set that you're storing in Redux, and it also is describing how to go from a previous state to a next state given an action. So you were working with immutable data. It's a state machine, so you always have a previous state and there's an initial conditions. So like, for example, when we begin interacting with a container, we are taking the previous state and overriding not overriding, we're taking a copy of the previous state and then changing these things about it. We're changing this flag from false to true, and we're changing inventory from an empty list to an actual full list. And then that is returned as a new state, not the original state, so we don't change the original state, we're returning a new state. And that's important because it allows you, if you've captured all the sequence of states, you could rewind the app back to what it used to look like, right? You can count on the fact that this state is not going to be changed once it's constructed. It's immutable. So you can memoize certain parts of it. So lots of good things about it. So it's a good reducer is one that's really small. So when your app gets bigger, you'll end up wanting to split them. And to combine them back into one is pretty easy. You just use this thing called combine reducers. It takes a list of, I think it's an object containing a bunch of keys to reducer functions. So that's the shorthand for that. And it combines them into makes a super reducer, which basically is a dispatcher. And whenever it gets an action, it gives it to each reducer. So that means that even though this container reducer is only handling 2 cases, it still needs a default. So because every other action of the game is going to filter through here too, and we're going to say, well, no, just don't change anything. Use the previous state. I'm not making a copy, so this is really cheap and easy. even if the state was huge. We're not doing anything other than returning a reference to what we got. I know, I just can't go throwing that chicken around. I don't want to lose it. So I want this new case, right? Action types. Reflect container updated. C goes between E and B. And I totally hacked that. Go back. Okay. Return state, and the only thing we're changing is the inventory here, right? So that should be all I need to do. Let's see if I'm right. Here's the moment of truth. Will I lose the chicken or not? Hey, it worked. I lost the chicken, but it's in the box. It's safe. It's stored in the box. This isn't C++ though, Mr. Muffles. This is JavaScript. But I know what you mean. So let's see if the reverse is true. Can I move it there? And now for bonus points, can I put me gold in there and can I move it from one place to another? Ooh. That's totally cool. Now can I put my sword directly in there from my equipment? It does work. Oh my goodness. It's so cool. Success. So you saw most of today I was in C++ land, and then for the last like half an hour, if that, I was in the JavaScript land. And that's what I want to keep it. I want the front end of the game, the JavaScript that I'm not so comfortable with, to be thin and light and just the user interface, and most of the heavy work is in the background in the game server. What's the thing called where the room walls and the roof are transparent and the plants are inside and usually hotter? It's called a greenhouse. Green. At least in the US we call it a greenhouse. Keep telling him watching him do C++ is much like watching someone talk in a foreign language. But Cthulhu, to be fair, that's partly because of three different things. One is that this is an enormous program, and you can only, you can only see 29 lines at once. Thank you for the follow. You can only see 29 lines at once, right? Out of like tens of thousands of lines. Now, it's like looking at something through a microscope. If I just gave you a microscopic image of something, and they do this on Mike Sai's channel, by the way. Shameless promotion. You should check out Mike Sai. That is the correct link, isn't it? I hope it is. Yes. So on Mike Sai's channel, he does cooking, and one of the gags he does is he'll sometimes show you a microscopic image of a piece of food and ask you what it is. I'm asking you to do the same thing. I'm giving you a microscopic view of my game server and asking you, what does this do? You'll probably be struggling just as much as many of Mike Sai's viewers do when you're looking at a microscopic image of food. It'd be like, I don't know what that is. Is it a piece of sugar? Does this do something with players? I don't know. I see the word players and profile. So you're not expected, I don't expect anyone to really understand what's going on just by looking at this. Now, if you watch me for a while, you're getting different glimpses of the code, and you might be able to piece some things together. But then roadblock 2 comes in, which is that I write horribly written code. I have not yet developed my technique of making code that's readable, mostly because I've been working for decades, literally like 24 years in my last job, where I wrote code that no one really read. So I really never developed a good sense of writing clean code. So this code has many issues with it. We indent too far. The function is literally too long. Other problems like the names. The names aren't always the correct names. I don't have comments where maybe they would help. So that's another reason why this looks like a foreign language. And the third thing would be that if you don't know the language itself, the syntax that I'm using will just completely throw you off. Like if you didn't know what that meant, that we're going to be embedding another function within this function call. Number one, the syntax itself is challenging, and number two, the concept of taking code and packaging it up as into a function to pass to another function, that itself is an intellectual challenge to get past. So I can think of at least 3 different reasons why this would look like a foreign language to anyone. But I get really excited when I actually get things working like this. The downside is it took me, today and 3 other days before this, so essentially like 25 hours to just implement a treasure chest. It took me 25 hours to look at the box, put my money in it, and then leave. And then I'm confident that when I come back to that box, it'll still be there unless someone looted it. That's the challenge for me as a game developer or a programmer in general, is something that seems pretty simple to someone on the outside actually took like quite a long time to do. And I still have more work ahead of me if I want to go back and make this clean enough for someone else to read. Anonymous functions in your brain don't mix well. You're glad you don't have to worry about passing references that much and pointers. It can be made easier if it's written well, Mr. Muffles, and if you build from simple constructs first and you get the hang of what you're doing. If you've ever watched a web dev do stuff with arrow functions, for example, where do I have a lot of those? So if you look for in the code for stuff like that, right? Like when people do stuff like the double arrow function, I don't even think I have any of that. Would it look like that? I don't know. What if I do that and then say that's here's one. So like this kind of thing, it looks simple, but it really isn't that simple. It is, we are making a function that, given a type, gives you another function which, given arguments, builds a composite structure that has the type and the arguments in it. So it's a function that returns a function that returns an object. It fits in one line, it looks elegant, but does that immediately pop out to you what it does? To JavaScript developers, yes, because they're used to the concepts of building functions out of functions out of functions. But to someone who isn't used to that, this could be really daunting, and you'll feel dumb because it's like, well, that's not many characters. Shouldn't it be easy to understand? No, because there are complicated concepts built into that construction. It looks foreign, yeah. But someone used to JavaScript and knows this convention, it's really just, it'll trigger things in their brain to know that this is basically a factory. And that's how I'm using it. I'm making a factory here, and I'm reusing the factory. Every time I pass a different string, I'm creating a new kind of action type that I'm storing into a table that I'll use later, so that this can be used to construct an action out of arguments, right? So I can say, take the actions, dereference the type, and then call that with arguments, and I'll get back this structure. So that's all I'm doing here. And even that might be still difficult to comprehend if you haven't like worked with factories. So factory is a pattern in programming. You can look it up, factory pattern. It's a function that returns other functions or returns other objects. It's something that generates new things. And one kind of a factory is a function factory, and that's what this happens to be. Yeah, you get used to it when you start using the language, syntax of the language, and the concepts that those syntax allows you to implement. All right, I'm done with this feature. Am I done with the stream for today, or did I want to try to tackle more? Let me make sure I did everything. Oh wait, I keep forgetting. I need to check this into Git. Apparently your skill system is a factory pattern according to the viewer you had. All the requirements of a factory pattern are, is it something you can call more than once and it gives you something new every time? And generally are the things that you get that are new, are they the same kind of thing just with different stuff in them? That's a factory. It's like a factory of cars, right? It's a plant that builds cars. Makes many of them. Every time you press a button, you get a new car, right? That's all that in the factory pattern, it's the same thing. You call a function, you get something new out of it. This is the code to let the client know about containers that they're interested in. Should I make the comment for that? Yeah. Make inventory. Let's turn these off and we'll find it. Here we go. I'm trying to stick to this habit of writing a little formal comment for every function, even if it's silly. Okay, we're not sending a message, so construct a message meant to be sent to clients that provides information about items in some kind of inventory. And the arguments are as input only, the container component, and the diagnostic prefix. This is Actually, this isn't really the right word, is it? What did I call this here? I called it inventory. That's right. I made the name change and I just forgot to do it here. This is the part of the inventory component that holds the entity identifiers for the items in the inventory. It's literally what it is. Diagnostic prefix. This is the string to print first for any error messages reported as a result of collecting together this message, this announcement. Thank you for that follow. Hey, the Alt F4 stream. How are you doing today? I'm near the end of my stream. I'm actually over time by 25 minutes. I accomplished most of what I wanted to do today. Check it out. I can put things in the box and they still show up and I can walk away and come back later. I can look at the box again and it's still there. I can move things around in the box if I want. I can put more stuff in the box. I can put stuff directly from my equipment into the box. I can take it and put it back out. I can loot the box. I don't have a loot all key. And it correctly tells me that I lost it if it went into the box, and I gained it back if I picked it up. One thing I still haven't fixed is it will tell me I gained my sword or I lost it. That's a bug still. But the container stuff is all done. It looks simple, but it took 25 hours to do that. And that's the story of my life these days. Something simple in my game takes 24 hours to do. The cool thing is once it's done, it should stay done. And now I'm just commenting things and checking it in. So, yeah, relatable. So, it's not just me. That makes me feel better. I start to think maybe it's just me that takes 25 hours to do something that looks simple on the outside. Okay, this is done. Going back to here and hitting F5. I want to make sure that any function I add has nice documentation. This is the implementation. I don't bother to copy the comments. That looks good. I added this because I was looking at that code I wrote saying, dang it, Pastor Raimu, what does this do? So I wrote a note saying what I'm doing. And new test. Since the name was enormously long, I have a nice comment that describes what it does. Basically, the use case is when you take something from your container and place it in your personal inventory, it tells you that the container is now empty. And then this is the front end work. So we can reflect when the container is updated. It gets dispatched back. I fixed the order of those messages because they weren't in alphabetical order. Reduction is very easy. You just take the inventory and you replace the copy in the front end and we're done. So inform players when containers change while being inspected. That was that work. So since I already tested it, I'm pretty confident I'm just going to push it. And I'm pretty lucky that I never did need to do what the Primogen does sometimes and get push force. Usually I don't have to get push force because I don't have other people working on it at the same time. I don't need to overwrite their changes. See ya, Hideo. I'm at the end of the stream anyway, so you've seen everything. Now, is that something yummy? It probably is. I'm getting hungry as well. I need to go eat. So let me review my notes and see if I missed anything. So players should be told exactly. We track things held by containers. We scan them on mobilization. Actually, it wasn't on mobilization. It was on deserialization. Scan containers. When containers are deleted, created, updated. That's sometimes called CRUD, by the way. Create, remove, update, delete. We update which items are being held in those containers. Report to subscribers. Container inventories that changed. We had to look at the containers. Yeah, I did all that. Player container interaction should end when player... Okay, I haven't done that. So I did this part today. This was sort of bonus credit. I can do this later. So that's what I'll probably do later. This is if I'm looking at a container and I log out. So I'm looking at the container, right? I put something in it and then I hit refresh, right? The game doesn't know that it should still be seeing the contents of the item. The way I can see that is if I look at the container, it'll still say that entity 523 is looking into the box. So what it should have done is it should have done the equivalent of me hitting escape there, and or moving away from the box and empty that list. So it's not doing that yet. We're not showing the container's tile and description. I wanted to do that here, where if we're looking at the treasure chest, it should draw a depiction of the treasure chest right above here and say, fabulous treasure chest or something, and then so we know that these 4 squares are the box, whereas these 6 squares are my inventory slots, like my backpack or something. I want to do that, and oh, these are potential bugs. If a container is destroyed, make sure its items are as well. I don't know if I'm doing that. And if you do, we destroy the equipment held by a player that's deleted? Pretty sure we don't. So these are probably bugs I need to fix. So I'll probably work on these next time and call it here, get something to eat. Create, read, update, delete, not remove. Oh, because delete is removed. You are correct, just another anti player. And hello, by the way. Actually, I didn't wait. Oh, my chat just crashed again. But Hideo just fixed it, so it'll be fixed. Yay. So, unfortunately, I can't wave to people with one click of a button. I have to do it manually. So I'll just wave to Hideo, who's probably already gone. And Larry NY, hello. And Irvin. And wait a minute, this is a long name. Npan's live, hello. And Exengris, hello. I'm gonna go find someone to raid because I think I'm done. I did this much today. I'll do that next time. This was the important part. I'm happy with it. So let me go quickly check to see who's streaming right now. I hate the new API. Twitch, please give me my old API back. I can't directly get to my following list from my stream manager, and I hate that. Okay, let's raid Chris today. So, let me click on this to make sure it's all working. Right, so you may have noticed that this lovely, above the current task is a nice, lovely overlay that shows our chat, right? Stream Parrot, developed by CM Griffing. We're going to go raid him. He's actually working on it right now. He is a guru in web dev. He knows Vue, he knows Angular, he knows React, he knows TypeScript, JavaScript, Elixir, all that stuff. And he's a fun guy to hang out in his stream. He also has a gaming stream later, usually when he's done working. And let's go raid him. He's been raiding me quite frequently, and I haven't been able to repay the favor. So let's go do that now. We're going to hit the button now. What's this? Helix users follow 2 followers no slash. Don't know what you mean, Mamba Dev. That's the API for figuring out who you're following, right? No slash. I don't know. Anyway, sorry about that. I got distracted. We're gonna go raid Chris. So I hope you guys have a rest. Hold on. Need to get my window ready. Have a pleasant rest of your day, and I hope to see you tomorrow. I'll be streaming later tomorrow, so look in the panels below for my schedule. Have a great day. Thank you very much. Bye.